Thane, anciently known to be the capital of Shilahara kings, has witnessed tremendous infrastructural revolution in Asia. Recently being adjudged as one of the cleanest cities of India, this city of lakes is also an educational hub being envisioned by the visionaries of Vidya Prasarak Mandal. The sprawling campus adjacent to the creek and its ambience stand in contrast when a proposal to start a polytechnic offering 3-year diploma program was placed before state government in 1983. In 1991, VPM's Polytechnic owned its independent infrastructure. The trajectory of growth, coupled with values and leadership, further went on to the approval of All India Council for Technical Education. Other allied courses run by the Polytechnic are in the fields of Advanced Diploma in Computer Software System Analysis and Applications, Advanced Diploma in Industrial Safety, Post Diploma in Computer Maintenance Engineering, and Advanced Diploma in Robotics and Automation. Today, there are four full-fledged polytechnic buildings on 5 acres of land with state-of-art laboratories, information technology and computer center. The superbly landscaped Jnanadweep campus located at the foot of Parsik Hills sets a perfect backdrop to foster teaching learning philosophy. The learning at Polytechnic is encouraged by providing relaxed environment for the students, stimulating conversations and discussions about the concepts being presented for easier and better understanding. Experts and guest lecturers, other than regular teaching, monitors individual student enhancement, particularly for confidence building and holistic understanding of development of transferable skills. The projects for the final year students are exclusively selected by the respective guides to help and develop students' ability to plan, design, document and its practical implementation. The awards and their recognition in various competitions held from time to time acknowledges the efforts undertaken by the students and the staff for constant improvisation. The library and the information center is one of the most advanced centers for learning at Polytechnic. It houses over 12,000 books and databases of electronic journals other than journals and information in the field of electronics, electrical, chemical and computer engineering groups. A good collection of reference books, both of Indian and foreign authors, and miscellany has an added feature of library being fully automated and air conditioned with the provision of open access system and net facility for its members. The Wi-Fi environment throughout the campus, advanced computing technologies, state-of-art auditorium, and a good canteen obviously cater to the needs of the students. Even the safety and security of each student matters the most. CCTV surveillance of all entrance and exits, intelligent smart card access to all areas and well-lit campus make a student feel secure in the campus. The department-wise intake for chemical engineering and instrumentation is 30 each, whereas for computer engineering, electrical power system, industrial electronics, information and technology, and medical electronics has 60 each. The allied courses has an intake for advanced diploma in computer software, system analysis and applications along with advanced diploma in industrial safety has 60 each. Advanced diploma program in robotics and automation has 40 seats. Post diploma program in computer maintenance has 30 seats. Whereas for certificate course in information technology and certificate course in computer programming with certificate course in web page designing has 25 each. The MSCIT program has an intake capacity of 158 students. Every department of the Polytechnic has contributed on its own in the growth of Polytechnic not only through teaching learning process but also acquiring special features in their laboratories to assist easier practical understanding. The Department of Electrical Power Systems has succeeded in getting a financial aid of rupees 5 lakh from AICTE for modifying the laboratories under the scheme Mod Ropes. It has also formed a synergy group with an aim of creating awareness about present energy scenario. Chemical engineering, which began in 1983, have futuristic plans to start R&D activities in MHTO and CPT lab and to start part-time program on piping and AutoCAD. Industrial Electronics Department, with the mission to help the students to get an edge in the competitive world, have undertaken an initiative to develop a product development center to provide consultancy for industry product. Providing the best information technology infrastructure and learning environment for the students is the mission of information technology. The Department of Computer Engineering facilitates exposure to the students by bringing in more practical interaction with the industries within the purview of syllabus. Started in 2005, the Department of Medical Electronics imbibes a sense of discipline among the students by the way of curriculum for the societal benefits. Ensuring a common forum to industries, practitioners and students for exchange of ideas and information and work towards mutual advantage of each other for technological development in the field is the mission of the Department of Instrumentation. One of the USP of the Polytechnic is the conduction of national seminars and conferences on emerging technologies. Relevant seminars on the topic like pollution of water bodies in urban areas, alternative energy sources, geoinformatics, innovations in safety, health and environment, nanotechnology, RFID and biometrics, and corrosion prevention called upon for high panel discussion, thereby enabling the participants and the delegates to interact freely. The hallmark of it is the Millennium IT exhibition inaugurated by the then Minister of Information and Parliamentary Affairs, Shri Pramod Mahajan, in the year 2000. The installation of automatic weather station and solar lamps in the campus also highlight the practical applications of such seminars. The Polytechnic has affiliation and membership of different technical societies such as ISA, CSI and ISTE. The myriad of events under the aegis of such societies as well as the cultural and sports activities have proven to be very popular among the present and past students. The Alumni Association, with a strength of over 1,000 students, supports the Polytechnic through consultancy, guidance or placements. All activities are proudly acknowledged by the visiting National Board of Accreditation in 2004. The Polytechnic has welcomed foreign delegates who have specifically shown their interest in its growth.
Best academic standards of the Polytechnic have helped the students to perform better at the national and global level. We are in the process of finalizing a MOU with one of the foreign colleges in Canada. The Northern College in Canada has signed an MOU with the Polytechnic for the purpose of higher education of the Polytechnic students in Canada and for further employment. Diploma is a smarter option for the students to select the engineering course of their choice after SSC even without giving CET. Diploma students acquire better hands-on training and soft skills, which are one of the essential requirements of industries. We are keeping a watch on the industry developments and trying to change our infrastructure to meet the industry standards. We are trying to upgrade our infrastructure as per the industrial requirements. We make sure that our students are always accepted by the industry in the years to come.
The Polytechnic is a microcosm of constant iteration, constant upgradation, both of the staff and the students, has always been on the agenda. For education should be with assistance and assurance, VPM's Polytechnic is not mere an infrastructure, it is the soul and the heart that has pumped enough life into a number of engineering careers. VPM, the Polytechnic, is of course in between vision and mission for becoming one of the premier institute for being globally acknowledged.
Opportunities are like sunrises. If you wait too long, you will miss them. A warm good morning to one and all. I am Geeti Pidambaran from Electrical Power System Department. It's my pleasure to extend a cheerful welcome to you all to the 28th National Conference on Battery Electric Vehicles and Related Technologies. Your presence makes us very happy. I always believe that prayer changes things, but the truth is, prayer changes and we change things. With this note, I request Siddhi ma'am to present the Saraswati Vandan.
ज्योत्स्ने परी कांती तुझी ज्योत्स्ने परी कांती तुझी मुखरम्य शारद चंद्रमा ज्योत्स्ने परी कांती तुझी मुखरम्य शारद चंद्रमा उजळे तुझ्या हास्यातुनी उजळे तुझ्या हास्यातुनी चारी युगांची पौर्णिमा तुझ्या कृपेचे चांदणे तुझ्या कृपेचे चांदणे नितवर्ष दे अमुच्या शिरी नितवर्ष दे अमुच्या शिरी
Thank you, Siddhi ma'am. There is no better time to start working towards your dream than right now. I invite Organizing Secretary Mrs. R.U. Patil, in charge of Electrical Power System Department, to give the preamble of today's session.
Very good morning, one and all. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Shankar Venugopal, Vice President, Mahindra and Mahindra, our all despite respected invitees, our Principal, Dr. D.K. Nanser, all Head of Departments, in charges, my colleagues, and all dear students. Greeting to one and all present here. I am extremely privileged to have this opportunity to welcome you all at this 28th National Conference on Battery Electric Vehicle and Related Technologies. This is an era where we are changing the world with technology. We need a transport system that meets the basic needs of citizens, businesses, and industry. It should not only link effectively with our neighbors and the rest of the world, but it must also be sustainable, reliable, and safe with their high energy efficiency and zero tailpipe emission. Electric vehicles are dominating our market day by day. So through this today's conference, we aim to unpack the opportunity and challenges of electric vehicles. Electric vehicles have potential to reshape transportation sector. So India aims to become a global EV hub in market with several major automakers and EV related startups. It's our pride and privilege to have vast experienced person as a chief guest and speakers from various industries like Mahindra and Mahindra, Tata Motors, Davicon, Mastec, Vision Mechatronics to talk on electric vehicle, battery management system, fast charging stations, etc. in today's conference. Our last session will be by our entrepreneur alumni on demo of electric vehicle with fast charging station. We thanks to all our invitees from the bottom of heart for accepting our invitation and gracing this occasion. We have also given an opportunity to our young generation to show their creativity and idea through poster and idea pitching competition. I am very happy to announce that we received 23 posters and 7 innovative ideas on the conference theme from various polytechnics of Maharashtra. With your fresh thoughts, optimistic approaches, and active participation, we are sure that this event will be great success. Thank you, one and all. Now I request our principal, Dr. Naik sir, convener of conference, to address the audience. Sir, please.
आम्ही जॉईन केलंय जॉईन
Naik sir, please.
जॉईन केलेलं आहे
Hello. Max sir, are you with us?
वीडियो ऑन किया है क्या? वीडियो ऑल्सो ऑन कर दो।
There is some net issue. Yes, sir. Please.
हेलो, अच्छा स्पीकर इज कम, अच्छा नहीं ही इज जॉइंड ना।
Yes,
हेलो,
sir.
हाँ
Please.
पाटिल मैडम,
Yeah, yes, sir.
so I am facing some technical issue. I have joined from
Yeah, yes, sir.
Raghavan madam's this one. So should I speak now or?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
Okay, good morning friends.
Good morning.
And today's speaker Sri Shankar Venugopal and all the other dignitaries and my dear student friends and colleagues from the electrical department. It gives me pleasure to welcome you all to the 28th National Conference on the theme Battery Electric Vehicles and Related Technologies. So 28 is a significant number from the Polytechnic's point of view. And we had been conducting these conferences since 2004, the first year of our accreditation, just to give additional input to the students on the emerging areas. So we had been speaking on the technologies on renewable energies from the electrical department, then solar technologies, and many other areas. The current years, very important happening is in the area of battery electric vehicles, because government is promoting electric vehicles, either whether it is two-wheelers or four-wheelers or even large transport vehicles, mainly because we are going to be out of fossil fuels very soon, and we need to have eco-friendly technologies for the various applications, including transportation. We thought it is very appropriate to conduct a conference in this area, mainly because whenever you start with a new technology, there are a lot of challenges which it bring. And for engineers, it is an opportunity to take up these courses and find a reliable solution. Like for example, the two-wheeler battery vehicles now, okay, they are facing certain issues like the batteries catching fire or vehicles catching fire. Now, this is an opportunity for the students to find out the cause of fire and how this can be avoided and how we can have a very safe vehicle. Okay, it has been proved that it is a very eco-friendly vehicle, but at the same time, there are many opportunities to deal with the areas. And today's speakers, they will definitely throw light on the challenges which are in front of them, because they are from the relevant industries. And over a period of time, we can have significant contributions from our side as well. I'm sure the outcome of this particular conference will be extraordinary. And let me wish all the students the very best. And congratulations to the electrical department for doing all the hard work in getting the speakers. And I wish you a wonderful learning experience. So with this, I conclude my speech. Over to Rajeshri Patil again. So, Madam, please go ahead with the rest of the conference proceedings. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you
Yeah,
very much,
please
sir.
go ahead. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir, for your
Yeah.
inspiring and motivating words. And
Yeah.
best wishes.
Mhm.
Now it's my privilege and honor to introduce our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Shankar Venugopal, Vice President of Mahindra and Mahindra, Mahindra Research Valley, Chennai. Sir, a very warm welcome to you. Dr. Venugopal leads technology innovation for automotive and farm services business. He heads the intellectual properties and knowledge management functions. He is also the Dean of Mahindra Technical Academy. Sir is passionate about developing sustainable urban mobility solutions, and his current interests span across electric vehicles, connected vehicles, autonomous vehicles, and precision farming. Prior to joining Mahindra and Mahindra, he has held technology innovation leadership role at GE, Dow, Honeywell, and Cummins. He holds 10 international patents and numerous new product innovation awards. He was awarded GE's Edison Inventor Medal early in his career. He has developed a proprietary innovation methodology, innovation flow, and trained 1,000 plus inventors and innovators. Sir obtained his PhD in material science and a gold medal for the best doctoral thesis from IIS Bangalore. He completed his executive management program from IIM Bangalore. He is an avid reader and is interested in physics, philosophy, and psychology. He teaches technology innovation management at Premier Engineering and Management Institute in India and others. He was recognized as one of 50 innovative leaders at the World Innovation Congress 2020. He is also TEDx speaker. Sir leads CIS technology, innovation, intellectual property, and thought leadership initiatives. He is management committee member of Society of Automotive Engineers and he chairs Committee of Branding and Communication. We are very fortunate to have such eminent and vast experienced person as a chief guest for today's conference. Thank you very much, sir. In spite of your too busy schedule, you accepted our invitation and graced this occasion. Now also sir is at airport. So with this busy schedule also sir is joining our meeting. So thank you very much, sir. With this once
Thank you.
again I
Thank you, madam.
welcome you, sir. And I request our chief guest to announce the inauguration of event and also to announce the release of conference seminar. Sir, please.
I'm very happy to be part of this very important event. The topic of battery electric vehicles is very, very important for all of us, not just for the industry, but also for the society at large and for India as a country. Is a great opportunity for us to lead the world in developing sustainable mobility solutions, not only for India, but also for the rest of the globe. So I'm very happy that we have decided to organize a conference around this important topic. And I'm also happy that I could be part of this whole event. So thank you so much. I would like to formally inaugurate this event and also announce the release of this conference proceedings. Over to you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir, for releasing conference seminar and as well as inauguration of the event. Seminar link will be posted in chat box, so all participants can visit it and take the benefit of all relative articles. Thank you very much. Now I request sir to proceed for our first session on a vision for achieving sustainable mobility by using battery electric vehicles. So, do you mind please share?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, please.
Thank you. So I will go ahead and make the presentation now. And I would request somebody to move the slides. I will keep telling the slide numbers. And now I'll switch off the video so that we can go ahead and plan the talk. Okay. So just confirm if you can hear me clearly now. Is it fine?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So a very good morning to all assembled here. Friends, I'm very happy to share with you a few insights on a vision for achieving sustainable mobility by using battery electric vehicles. This is a very, very important topic today. The whole industry, not only in India, but across the globe, is very excited about these developments. And in the next few minutes, I'm going to give you a glimpse of what is happening in this space. Friends, if you move to the second slide, where I have shown you what are the mobility challenges today, you see three pictures which are typical of what we see in the city traffic around us. One is the vehicle tailpipe emission, which leads to air pollution. The second is the vehicular collisions that we see that leads to accidents, loss of life. The third is, of course, it's there in almost all the cities in India, which is the traffic congestion. Name any part of the city anywhere. For example, I lived in Bangalore, where almost all parts of the city always have traffic jams. I have also lived in Pune, so I know places like Hinjewadi, which are notorious for the traffic jams. So every city has been going through this big productivity killer, which is a traffic jam. So when you look at sustainable mobility solution, we want to come up with future mobility technologies that will help us to address all these three big problems. One is the vehicle tailpipe emission. Second is improving the safety. And the third is avoiding the traffic congestions. So now if we can move to the next slide, I have shown that the future mobility comprises of four things. One is connected vehicle technology. The second is autonomous vehicle technology. The third is shared vehicle technology. And the fourth is electric vehicle technology. So can you move? Yeah, now we are on the right slide. So you're able to see the four technologies that I am talking about. So friends, although the focus is on electric vehicle technology, I want to tell you at this stage itself that it's a combination of these four which can address all the problems that we are trying to solve for creating a sustainable mobility for the future. The vehicle has to have smart and connected features. It should have some level of autonomous driving features, and it should be powered by electricity, and it should also be a shared vehicle instead of an individually owned vehicle. So it's a combination of these four which can address the variety of problems that we are facing today. Now, if we can move to the next slide, here I am showing you a combination of these four, where we need to reimagine new innovative solutions, which is at the convergence of these four: connected, autonomous, electric, and shared. So I will explain to you why all four are needed. Why only electric alone won't solve the problem. What is the need for bringing all these four together? Now let us look at the next slide. Okay, so you see that the three problems that I mentioned to you, the pollution, the accidents, and the traffic congestion, these three are the biggest challenges when you look at urban mobility. Now let us look at the next slide to see if we have a solution which is an electric vehicle and also a shared vehicle, but this does not have connected features or this does not have autonomous features. It is only electric and shared. Now let us see what kind of problems it can solve. Let us move to the next slide. Here if you see, no tailpipe emission because it's electric, and there will be fewer vehicles on the road, the fuel cost will be lower, and since the electric vehicle has fewer parts, then it will be easier to maintain. Also, there will be reduced traffic congestion. There will be fewer vehicles, less fuel consumption, and the drivers will be relatively stress-free, and the time for travel also will be significantly reduced. These are the merits you will see if we have electric and shared features in the bike. But what we see is, from a safety perspective, in terms of avoiding vehicular collisions, still we have not done anything about it. Now let us see how we can address that problem also going forward. Let's move to the next slide, where I'm going to look at combination of electric vehicle with smart and connected features. Again, it's not a shared vehicle, it could be an individually owned vehicle, and it's not having autonomous features. It is electric and it is connected. So with this combination, let us see what problems we can solve. Please move to the next slide. Here, since it's electric, the advantages that we described earlier continue to be there. No tailpipe emission, lower fuel cost, and easier maintenance. But since it's a connected vehicle, the vehicles can talk to each other. Vehicle can talk to the signals. Vehicle can talk to the infrastructure like the parking lots and so on. So there is an opportunity for collision warning. B2B communication will take care of that. There is also a V2I, which is the infrastructure and vehicle communication. That could even be a communication between the vehicle and the pedestrian. All these are possible in a smart and connected vehicle. Now, improved traffic flow management will happen because it's a connected vehicle. It can communicate and manage the flow. Less fuel consumption, reduced travel time, stress-free drivers, and more efficient parking because the vehicles can talk to the parking lots and plan their parking accordingly. So this looks quite promising, the combination of electric and connected. But now let's go a little further and explore. Let's move to the next slide. Here we are going to look at what happens if the vehicle has autonomous features and it's a shared vehicle. Here the vehicle is not electric and it's not connected. It is only autonomous and shared. What problems can it solve? Let's move to the next slide. Here, since it is autonomous and shared, there are fewer vehicles on the road. Looks like there is a prediction that almost you can remove about 60 to 70% of the vehicles on the road if they are fully autonomous, because the same vehicle can go back and forth. So there will be fewer vehicles on the road. And of course, since there are fewer vehicles, even if it is non-electric, the emission will be still relatively less. And because of the autonomous features, the safety would improve and collisions can be avoided. So because fewer vehicles on the road, the traffic congestion also will be less. The reduced travel time, stress-free drivers, and more efficient parking, those benefits will continue to be there. So this is the status. If you're looking at a vehicle which is shared and autonomous, but not necessarily electric or connected. Now, finally, let us look at the next option, electric and autonomous. Here we are talking about the absence of smart connected features, and it's also an individually owned vehicle. It's not a shared vehicle. Let us see what problems this can solve. Now, if you move to the next slide, you see that since it's electric, it's very clean, there is no emission, easier to maintain, lower fuel cost. And since it is also autonomous, the improved safety and the collision avoidance benefit stands. And then fewer vehicles on the road, reduced travel time, stress-free drivers, more efficient parking, those merits continue to be there. So this is the situation if your vehicle is electric and autonomous. Now, from this brief discussion, you see that if you want to solve all the four problems, you need to bring all the four technologies, electric, connected, autonomous, and shared, if you want to solve the three big challenges of emission, safety, and also the traffic jams. So that's the reason why when you look at the next slide, you see that we have mentioned all four, electric, connected, shared, and autonomous. So this is this combination has the promise for creating sustainable mobility for the future. So from now onwards, whatever I'm going to talk about will basically include all these four technologies in the products and the services. Sure. Let's move to the next slide. Here is an example of a vehicle. This is not a futuristic vehicle. Oli has been around for the last 5 years. It's a vehicle which is an electric vehicle. It's a smart and connected vehicle. Interestingly, it's also 3D printed. Almost 80% of the parts of this vehicle that you see, it's a 8-seater mini bus. It's been 3D printed. And in less than 10 hours, it just took 10 hours to 3D print this bus that you see here. Of course, it's made of a lot of lightweight composites. The range is pretty good. The charging time is also not too long. The most interesting part is this vehicle is an autonomous vehicle. But there is no onboard intelligence. There is no computer on the vehicle as such to decide. But what happens is there are basic cameras and sensors which capture the environmental information. What is the traffic like in and around the vehicle? And this information is sent to IBM Watson on the cloud. So all the analysis, the computation happens on the cloud, and then the instruction is sent to the vehicle back on the road, whether to accelerate or brake or turn left or turn right. With this kind of architecture, this vehicle is able to navigate through dense city traffics. And so only 1.0 was launched about 5 years back. And now, very recently, only 2.0 has also been launched with improved features. So friends, when we talk about convergence of electric, connected, autonomous, and shared, we are not talking about a futuristic technology. This technology is right here, right now. It's ready for us to use. And this product is just one example. There are many such innovative products that are out there. And all these vehicles are generating a lot of data, which helps us to analyze this data and come up with a lot of significant improvements based on the continuous data that these vehicles are generating. So this is the status of the technology. It's not futuristic. It's very much here. It's here and now. Now let's look at the next slide. Why there is so much of excitement about all these things? See, electric vehicle sets the foundation for all these exciting technologies that we are talking today. And it promises three big opportunities. One is fuel economy. The cost of electricity is much, much cheaper than the cost of fossil fuel. And it's not as volatile as the fossil fuels. Second, absolutely, there is no tailpipe emission. When the vehicle on the road, there is no emission from the vehicle. And also, if you ensure that the electricity that you use to charge the vehicle is generated from renewable sources like solar and wind, then absolutely there is no emission anywhere. So that way you can very confidently say that it's a green product, the whole technology is green. And also, the total cost of operation is very less. If you and I, people like us who use the vehicle for a couple of hours in a day, we may not say big value out of the lower total cost. But somebody like a Ola or Uber who uses for many hours in a day and also many such vehicles in the fleet, they'll see a great advantage that the total cost of operation is significantly low because fuel cost is low, the maintenance cost is also low. So these are the things that makes it very, very exciting for us to look at electric as a mainstream technology transformation in India. Now let us move to the next slide. Here you would see that what is it that the customers are worried about when they have to switch to electric vehicles. So we have talked to customers in different countries. That's how you see that different people have different concerns depending on the country, the regions they are in. But what I have highlighted here is the concern of the customers in India. If you see that, maximum number of people are worried about the lack of electric vehicle charging infrastructure in India. This is absolutely understandable. So if you have electric vehicle, but if the charging infrastructure is not adequate, then it's no fun. You always have this anxiety that the battery may run out of charge and there is no charging station nearby. Then what will I do? It's a big, big concern. So we can flood the market with many, many electric vehicles, but until the charging infrastructure is built, it may not be an attractive proposition for the customer. So it's very important for us to build a very strong network of electric vehicle charging infrastructure, especially fast charging stations, where within half an hour, you can charge your vehicle and keep moving on. So this is something that we need to keep in mind, that the innovation is not only at the product level, but also at the ecosystem level. We need to build renewable sources for generating electricity to charge the vehicles. Then we also need to build a lot of charging stations across the country. This ecosystem readiness, then electric vehicles, the benefits of electric vehicles can be realized by all of us. Let's move to the next slide. The adoption of electric vehicles in India, three challenges have to be addressed. One is the range anxiety. We are all so used to filling our petrol or diesel tank and driving for hundreds and hundreds of kilometers without ever getting worried that we may run out of fuel. So we are so used to this that with the electric car also, we expect that the range should be so large that we should never be worried about the battery going out of charge and we getting stranded somewhere. So this is what we mean by range anxiety. It's also a psychological thing because you and I may drive not more than 50, 60 kilometers in a day. But still, if somebody asks how much range you want for an electric vehicle, you may demand 300 kilometers or 400 kilometers because this is something psychological. You want to just get that worry out of your mind that the battery may run out of charge and you may get stranded. Just in order to ensure that we are asking for 4 to 5 times more range than what we really use on a typical day. The second is the battery cost. Almost 40% of the price of electric vehicle is the battery cost itself. So we need to come up with breakthrough innovations to reduce the cost of the battery so that the electric car will become more affordable for all of us. And the last one we talked about, which is the lack of fast charging infrastructure today. So we need to very quickly build the fast charging stations infrastructure over the next couple of years in India. These are the three important things that we need to keep in mind. If we can move to the next slide, this is what makes the discussion very interesting. So whether you think of range anxiety or the initial high cost or the long charging time, the solution for addressing this lies in the battery. Because by providing a bigger battery, you'll be able to give a longer range. The bigger battery also will increase the initial cost. I said almost 40% of the cost of electric vehicle is the battery cost. And also the charging time, the kind of chemistry of the battery determines how long it will take to charge and also the capacity of the battery. So almost all the three problems that we need to address are centered around the battery of the electric vehicle itself. That's how we look at the battery as the heart of the electric vehicle. Most of the innovations that we need to focus on has to happen around the battery of the electric vehicle. This is very important for us to keep in mind because there are so many important problems to be addressed at the battery level that all of us will be able to contribute to it and thereby accelerate the whole development of electric vehicles in India. Let's move to the next slide. If we want to make the electric vehicle very affordable, we have to bring down the cost of the battery through a series of innovations. Then we have to also reduce the cost of building EV charging stations. And since I also talked about connected and autonomous features, the eye of this autonomous vehicle is something called the LiDAR. The LiDAR is basically like a radar, but with lasers. So this was very expensive in the past. Unless the price of it comes down, we won't be able to think of affordable solutions where we can provide autonomous driving features for our vehicles. So when it comes to affordability, these are the three things: cost of the battery, cost of the EV charging station, and also the cost of the LiDAR. These three things we need to keep in mind. Now let's move to the next chart. You'll be surprised that the price of the lithium-ion battery pack that is used in all the electric vehicles has reduced by almost 90% in just the last 10 years alone. Can you believe? Because we always keep thinking that the battery is expensive, that's why electric vehicle is expensive. But friends, believe me that the cost of storing electricity in a lithium-ion battery pack has fallen by 90% the last 10 years. It just costs 10% of the initial cost today. And it's very important that we are very close to the tipping point, which is $100 per kilowatt hour. Once we cross that, the electric vehicle will become economically more attractive than a vehicle that runs on petrol or diesel. So this is a very important tipping point, and we are very, very close to that. And it's maybe within a year's time, we'll be able to cross the $100 per kilowatt hour. That's when suddenly there will be a huge jump in the adoption of electric vehicles because they'll make a lot of economic sense to use electric vehicles. So that is happening very, very fast. Let's look at the next chart, the LiDAR, which is the eye of the autonomous vehicle. If you look at the year 2007, the LiDAR was pretty big and it was weighing about 13.5 kgs. But today, the LiDAR is very compact. It's just a small box that you can carry on the palm of your hand. It's become so compact thanks to advancement in semiconductor, MEMS fabrication technologies. Variety of innovations have enabled this. It's not only the size, but what is even more interesting is what you will see on the next slide. I have just mentioned a bunch of technologies on the next slide. Possibly we can skip that in the interest of time. Let's move to the next slide after this. Here is where I have shown you how much the price of the LiDAR has dropped. The price of the LiDAR has dropped 99% in the last 13 years. What was $70,000? 2012 came down to less than $1,000. From 70,000, it came to less than $1,000. And today, people are talking about making a LiDAR at sub $100. That's the kind of pace at which this technology is growing. So a 99% drop is mind-boggling. Imagine what kind of breakthrough innovations would have allowed this to happen. With battery, we saw there is a 90% drop in the cost. And with the LiDAR, we are seeing that there is a 99% drop in the cost. Unimaginable. I don't know how many of you were aware of this big drop in the prices through a series of technology innovations. Now let us look at the next chart. The cost of EV charging infrastructure. This is something that we need to focus on in India because this is what we are going to build this year and next year. A lot of focus will be on building charging infrastructure. So you have to look at three costs. One is the hardware cost. Second is the cost of installation. And the third is the cost of energy, because we are going to charge very large number of electric vehicles. So the energy cost is also something we need to keep in mind. So friends, there is a big business opportunity around charging of electric vehicles. So keep this in mind and look at how we can come up with innovations that will bring down all the three costs. Hardware of the EV chargers, then the installation cost, and also the energy cost. But the EV charging network is growing very fast. I have just shown a map of the place where I live. I live in Chennai. Chennai to Pondicherry, there is a very good network of charging stations all along. And I am seeing a lot of maps where in different parts of India, these charging stations are coming up very fast. So maybe within a year's time, we'll have a reasonably good number of charging stations for us to comfortably go in electric vehicle across long distances. So let us move to the next slide, where I have shown you 4 possible future scenarios. And when I say future scenario, I'm looking at 2040, not too far away. Okay. So the 4 scenarios, I call them as Rajasa, Sattva, Tamasa, and Vinasha. These are the 4 possible scenarios. Since none of us can predict what exactly will happen in the future, what we can do is we can try to visualize many possible things that can happen. The first is the Rajasa scenario, where there is a tremendous advancement in technology like autonomous vehicles and renewable energy. This leads to lower cost, higher speed of sustainable travel. And there's a surge in the mobility demand by almost 50%. But still the share of shared mobility is only 40%. Other 60% are still individually owned vehicles. This is the first scenario. I call it Rajasa because it's very dynamic and it's a high energy scenario to visualize. Second is what we call as a Sattva. Here, there is an increased environmental awareness amongst all of us, and we all consciously design to drive shorter distances and consciously less frequent travel. Private ownership of vehicle is around 30%, and the public transportation share, which is really good, is 40%. This is a Sattva scenario where things are good, which are good for the long run. Then there is a Tamasa. Tamasa means inertia, there is no reaction, no action. So inertia in consumer behavior, and there is lack of regulation, which leads to limited adoption of sustainable mobility. So this is not something we would like to be happening, but possible scenario, because if we don't do anything about it, this can very well happen. Private ownership of vehicle would still be about 10%. and private car share is about 40%. This is the Tamasa scenario. And finally, the last one, which is the worst case scenario, which we definitely don't want to happen, is the Vinasha, where failure to act leads to severe effects of climate change. Drastic measures taken to curb traffic as a last resort because nothing else seems to be working. Mobility demand is about 40% and private car share is about 30%. So friends, amongst the four scenarios, we need to really focus on the first two where we are able to intervene and make a positive change. The last two are things that we need to carefully avoid because we want to leave a very sustainable and a very desirable future for our generations to come. And it's our responsibility to take the necessary actions to ensure that. So let us plan our research and our technology development in such a way that the first two scenarios happen and the last two scenarios do not happen. This is something very important. So in the last couple of minutes, I want to tell you how we can do that. What is it that we can do to ensure that we are able to create a sustainable mobility for the future? So let's look at the next slide. The next slide, you will see there are two things that we need to do. We need to reimagine and we also need to think exponential. So these two words need some explanation. It's not very obvious as to how we can reimagine or how we can think exponentially. So let me use the next couple of minutes to explain to you what I mean by reimagining and what I mean by exponential thinking. Now, the next slide, I'm going to talk about 3 action points for all of us. One is, as automotive engineers, we have to reskill ourselves. We have to acquire certain new skills. And henceforth, once we acquire the skills, we'll become mobility engineers. We'll no longer be automotive engineers, but we'll all become mobility engineers. And I'll very quickly explain what I mean by mobility engineer. The second is, we have to leverage certain disruptive technologies in order to achieve this. So I will mention what are those technologies and how you can leverage. And the last one is we have to stop thinking incrementally and start thinking exponentially. And I will explain to you how we can do that. So this is going to be the last wrap-up part of my presentation today. So please focus on the next 3 slides because this is what we all need to do in order to create a sustainable mobility for the future. So let's look at the next slide where I've talked about future skills for mobility engineers. This is a very important slide, friends, both for students and faculties. Please take a good look at this slide because the mobility engineer in the past was typically a mechanical engineer. But today, when we look at creating a future which is based on electric, autonomous, connected, and shared vehicle, the mobility engineer has to acquire certain new skills. Look at the first layer where I talked about engineering expertise. So the mobility engineer, which is you and me, we have to have skills across mechanical engineering, electrical and electronics engineering, and also basic programming. We need to have working knowledge of all these 4 engineering domains. That creates a foundation for whatever we are going to do. So typically we find a person who is a mechanical engineer or an electrical engineer or an electronic engineer. But here we are talking about somebody who has knowledge of mechanical engineering and electrical and electronic and also basic computer programming. So this is the demand of the future. Then if you look at the next layer, which is the integration layer, quality management, systems management, communication, and also a very strong orientation towards the needs of the customer. And on the top layer, we need to have an innovative mindset. We have to have very strong ethics and intelligent managing of risks and learnability, which is our ability to learn a lot of new things as they come into the domain. So it's a combination of all this that will prepare you for the future. Friends, now is the time. Today is the day for you to start this reskilling work, because there is very limited time and there is so much to learn. So please make a beginning today. If you are a mechanical engineer, start exposing yourself to basic concepts of electrical and electronics engineering. If you are an electrical electronics engineer, pick up some basic fundas about the mechanical engineering aspects of vehicles. And also, all of us need to have some basic programming knowledge. These are all things that we cannot avoid. We need to build all these skills if we want to build vehicles for the future. Now, let us look at the next slide, which is the various disruptive technologies that we'll be using in the products that we build. So these are technologies I'm sure you are familiar with, but I want you to understand that all these technologies are growing exponentially in their performance, and the cost of this technology is also falling exponentially. I told you how the battery cost has fallen by 90%. The cost of LiDAR has fallen by 99%. What is enabling all that is these disruptive technologies. The cost of these technologies is falling exponentially. That's how we are able to build all these technologies in an affordable way. Mobile internet, AI, IoT, cloud, advanced robotics, autonomous vehicle technologies, energy storage, additive manufacturing, advanced materials like graphene, lightweight materials, renewable energies like solar and wind. All these are the disruptive technologies which are going to help you build sustainable mobility for the future. Now let us look at the next chart, which is how we can think exponentially. This is very important because we have all been thinking in an incremental manner, in a very linear manner over the last many years. Now we have to think exponentially. The first step for it is asking what has still not been digitized and how we can digitize and create value for the customer. Friends, I'm sure many things in our world is still not digitized, but digitization is the first step. If you are able to use the power of digital technology, then you'll be able to begin this exponential journey. And the end of the journey is you'll be able to democratize. That is, whatever technology solutions you are building, you'll be able to make it in an affordable way and make it accessible to all people, whether your customer is rich or poor, whether he is educated or not educated, whether he is in a developed country or a developing country, whether he is in a city or in a village, wherever he is, he'll be able to access and also afford your technology. That's what we mean by democratization. So the first step for that is digitization. So you need to really understand the various digital technologies and use them in your mobility products and services to make your solution affordable and accessible to all people. If you can move to the next slide, this is my concluding summary. Friends, all of us, the path forward for us is to reskill ourselves as future mobility engineers. We have to familiarize ourselves with the various disruptive technologies and start using them in the products and solutions that we build. We have to stop thinking incrementally and start thinking exponentially so that we'll be able to build solutions that are affordable and accessible to all. And we are talking about building a sustainable mobility solution, which is a combination of electric, connected, autonomous, and shared. The foundation for this is the battery electric vehicle around which your conference is being designed. So thanks, friends, for inviting me to deliver this keynote talk right at the beginning of this conference. So I hope that this has set the context for the promise of this technology and also the various challenges that we will address going forward. At this stage, I'd like to stop sharing, stop presenting, and then I'll be happy to take any questions if you have.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, there are some questions in the chat box. I will request Tabin Kadri to unmute yourself and ask your question.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So I have two questions. The first one was, in a slide, you listed some technologies like mobile internet, battery technology, and renewable energy sources. So why did you term this as disruptive technologies?
They are disruptive technologies for two reasons. One is when they come in, they can entirely replace the currently existing technologies. Okay, it's not a small incremental change, but it's a big radical change. The second is they are growing very fast, exponentially fast. I'll give an example of that. The third is the price of these technologies is falling down. We are talking about 90% and 99% fall. So when such a big thing happens, suddenly there will be a very large transformation. There will be a very, very big change. That's how they are called as disruptive, because suddenly they'll change the whole scenario. That's the power with which these technologies operate. And here we are not talking about just individual technologies, but these technologies, three or four, can come together. When they come together, what we call as convergence, the change will be instantaneous. An example of this is what we call as the Moore's law in computing. Gordon Moore predicted that the power of computing will double every 18 months, and the cost of computing will become half every 18 months. This was from 1970 till about 2020. We have seen how the power of computing has continuously kept on doubling every 1.5 years. And today, in 1970, a supercomputer center will be multi-storied and they'll have so many big computers and so much of energy spent on computing. Today, your smartphone has more computing power than the supercomputer center. So that's the power at which this computing power has grown and also become affordable. And the same thing will happen with many other technologies going forward when all these disruptive technologies converge. That's why we refer to them as disruptive, because they'll totally disrupt the scenario. The existing technology will go away and the new one will come in and establish itself very quickly. That's why we call them as disruptive.
Okay, sir. So, and the second question that I have is you talked about LiDAR. So, what is the basic purpose of this LiDAR?
LiDAR is basically a small device which will send a laser pulse out. So it will be typically on the top of the car. So the laser pulse goes out, and when it hits an obstacle, it could be another vehicle or a pedestrian or a traffic signal, so it will get reflected and it will come back. So by the time that it has taken to come back, you would know how far the object is. And this is a rotating. There will be multiple such laser sources. It will be rotating. So it will capture a 360-degree environment. So you'll be able to, by a combination of LiDAR, cameras, and radars, you'll be able to create a virtual environment. You'll be able to see what the environment is, and it's also dynamically changing because all the vehicles are moving at good speeds. So the autonomous vehicle, this is what it sees. So it's a virtual environment that is created for the autonomous vehicle to see and navigate. So that's what the LiDAR does.
So basically, it is used for navigational purpose, right?
Navigation, absolutely true.
Yes, sir.
So what I would request is, I'm running out of time. I have to catch my flight. So I would request you to put all the questions together and email it to me. I'll make sure that I answer all the questions. But right now I have to log off because I need to be in the airport right now. So I'll proceed. But you send me all the questions by email. I'll respond to each one of those.
Okay,
Sure?
sir. Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, we will
Thank you
take
so
one
much.
screenshot, sir, please.
Yes, yes.
All of you, please
Go ahead.
share camera.
Did you ask a question? I couldn't hear you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shankar. Thank you so much. It was really a very nice session, and I think it was thought-provoking for the young students today. Thank you so much. And in
Thanks a
spite
lot.
of your
Thank you.
travel, things also you have
Well,
managed very
absolutely.
well, and it was amazing actually. The
I'll
sound,
definitely
the
plan a
talk.
visit.
Yes,
I'll definitely
absolutely.
plan a visit in person
That
to
is
your
what I was
college.
going to tell. That
I
is,
look forward to that. I will do
yeah.
that. Sure.
Whenever you come to Mumbai, please let me know. I will organize a visit for you.
100%. I'll be
Yeah.
very
Thank
happy
you.
to do that.
Thank you so much.
Take
Yeah.
care. Take care. Bye.
Thank you so much, sir, for that amazing presentation.
Welcome. Thank
Sustainability
you.
is something that satisfies the need of present generation without compromising future generations' ability to satisfy their needs. And the term looks so simple, but can include a large vision. Thank you, sir. You explained the term sustainable mobility so well that I'm sure that our young brains will work on their career goal with more sustainable way. And thank you so much on the behalf of our entire team for taking time from your busy schedule to be our chief guest. Your presence and wise words help magnify our course in the best possible way. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Welcome. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Thank you. Now I request Mrs. Rujita Kampli to welcome and introduce our next speaker.
I consider it as a privilege to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Rashi Gupta, founder and managing director of Vision Mechatronics Private Limited, whose journey itself is as inspirational. Dr. Rashi Gupta, fondly known as a Battery Valley of India, is a pioneer of manufacturing of advanced lithium batteries in India, along with the world's smartest lithium battery. She is a founder and managing director of Vision Mechatronics Private Limited, leading it towards a name to reckon for in the field of the robotics, renewable energy, and energy storage. She is a woman and entrepreneur who has been fearless and ferocious in the creating a brand for herself and a company in this male-dominated field. If one can take a closer look at the alchemy of this achiever, two distinct virtues pop up beside perseverance and hard work. These are pioneering spirit and willingness. Coupled with the impressive background, it was not therefore surprising that she became a prominent name in the renewable energy sector of India and is the future as Asia's most influential woman in the renewable energy 2020. She has been working on a gender equality and women empowerment issues globally. She has been awarded the Global Women Leadership 2021. She has also been featured amongst first 50 women in the STEAM by CII 2021 for her contribution and excellence in the STEM field. She has been awarded Corporate Guru Award 2021 for her work in SDG 5 and SDG 7. That SDG is nothing but Sustainable Development Goal. Goal 5 is related with the gender equality and Goal 7 is related with the affordable and clean energy. She is a very passionate to work on a sustainable and circular development. It's a focus on SDG 5 and SDG 7. She has been working relentlessly for the rural electrification to ensure that the rural school in India get access to clean and green energy, enabling them to be a par with urban schools. One such example is at a primary school as a Katavaram, Andhra Pradesh. She is also collaborating with the colleges and the universities for development on the women in STEM and the preaching that has been effectively practiced for gender equality is equal representation of the men and women in the organization she leads. She holds the degree of BE, MBA, LLM, and PhD to her title. She is a committee member of a Bureau of Indian Standards for Batteries, Energy Storage, and E-Mobility. She is a member of International Electrotechnical Commission. She is also a committee member of a National Energy Storage Committee, that is FICCI. Chairperson, Energy Storage Theme, International Solar Energy Society for SWC 2021. Cleanup Business Club Chair of Task Force, Energy Storage and Smart Energy. Chairperson for the India's Women's India Clean Tech Business Club. Clean Tech Business Club Vice Chair India. Advisory Energy Storage India Smart Grid Forum, and also the committee member of IEEE Gender Equality and Social Inclusion. So it is my pleasure to announce Dr. Rashi Gupta. She has been recently awarded as a top 40 women leaders in energy storage. She has been amongst the US, South Africa, as well as the several European and the Asian countries. So heartiest congratulations, ma'am, for such a wonderful achievement. Ma'am, now I request you to share your views on the battery management system importance and their type of electrical vehicles.
Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. I hope audio and video is absolutely clear.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, ma'am. And I'll share my screen. And 1 second. There we go. Just 1 second. Okay. Can you see my screen? Is my screen visible?
No, not yet.
No,
not yet.
Oh. Now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. So what I'm going to talk about is all of us know what electric vehicles are today. We all have seen a lot of them on the road flying in terms of buses, in terms of two-wheelers, in terms of three-wheelers. But what is the most important aspect of electric vehicle? So there are multiple parts. First is you can have the powertrain and the motors, one half of it, and the second half of it would be the battery and the battery management system. Now, a battery consists of two parts. One is the cells and one is the battery management system. So today, I'm just going to focus on the battery management system and give you some little insight on what exactly is a battery management system, why it is needed, and where are we lacking here. Because you young, brilliant minds will be needed to take up this challenge and make EV successful. So let's begin. Now, firstly, let's start with what are the types of electric vehicles that we have. Okay, now first is the PHEV. Now, PHEV is generally a plug-in hybrid type of electric vehicle, and the vehicle is for the best who needs, both the worlds. They need a balance between the IC engine and they need a balance between the electric vehicles. The other ones which are very popular right now are the battery electric vehicles, wherein it is completely all electric. There'll be no IC engine fuel coming into picture, right? Okay, and then we have other ones here, which is HEV. Now, HEV stands for a hybrid electric vehicle, and it does not have batteries and electric motors. It does have batteries and electric motors, and but it is not exactly like a plug-in hybrid, slightly different. And then there's a clean fuel electric vehicle. Now, see, there are two schools of thoughts basically, wherein they talk of having clean fuel vehicles and electric vehicles. And I personally feel that there has to be a balance between the type of vehicles that we are looking at on road. So there will be some clean fuel vehicles, there'll be battery electric vehicles, there'll be PHEVs, there'll be HEVs, and there'll be IC engines. And the time will tell which one is going to be the king of the auto industry. So moving ahead. Now, what hybrid electric vehicles does is it runs on an electric motor, but for a very short distance. And then it converts, and then it switches into the fuel, normal conventional IC engine fuels. And There are players like Maruti Suzuki, Tata Motors, Kia who are offering mild hybrid cars at an affordable price. And this is one of the features where, the battery will assist your IC engine and improve the efficiency and the mileage of the car that you are driving. Now, when you talk of plug-in hybrids, now plug-in hybrids have both IC engine and okay, now I'm getting too many views out here. Okay, now they will have IC engines and they will have the major difference between the HEVs and PHEVs that you can charge the battery at home or an EV charging station, that gives a very big impact. See, most of us want a very fast charging. The whole concept we have is that, the battery should be charged in 10 minutes, just like you fuel your vehicle and you should be out on a go. But that is a challenging thing, because it really affects lot of us in terms of the battery capacity, in terms of the battery life, in terms of what could happen if it is not really capable of taking so much of current at that point of time. It will generate a lot of heat. So there are many factors to it. And today, I think in the India, there's only one PHEV, which is like from Toyota Prius, starting at 53 lakhs. Now the ranges, of course, could be at 25 to 80 kilometers, and they could. It's an ideal choice, but we need to have more variants. We need to have a more price sensitive market. We are a price sensitive market, so we need to have more options in a different price, in every price band rather. So now what are the most important here is the battery electric vehicle that we are actually looking at today. Now in the battery electric vehicle, what happens is most of it is electric motor. There's a powertrain and there is a battery which runs this, and of course the car body that we're talking of. Now, when you talk of the battery electric vehicles, the future is BEV to quite an extent because it will reduce your pollution. But then again, the question is, how green is your green EV, because your charging is still from the conventional source. Sorry. So we need to add very high efficiency energy also to it by adding more renewables. So today, EVs that are available are Hyundai Kona, Tata Nexon EV, MG ZS EV, Audi e-tron in the four-wheeler segment, and countless in the three-wheeler segment and the two-wheeler segment. And something that we all have witnessed today is the lot of fires. So I'll come on that as well. So fuel cell electric vehicles are the clean energy electric vehicles that we're talking of. They're talking of 300 to 400 miles in one tank of hydrogen. They are equipped with regenerative braking. Kinetic energy is normally lost during braking, so they store it into the battery. Now here also, even in a fuel cell vehicle, there is a small battery pack which is required to take up the initial ignition load and start the vehicle. So that peak load, which is rarely at the initial times, have to be sorted off by the battery. Ma'am, could you please mute everyone?
Yes, sure, ma'am.
Thank you. Yeah. So continuing further, they can travel to up to 300 to 400 miles, and the excess energy is absorbed by the batteries, and you can again store it to use to have the little extra mileage that you have. So moving ahead now, there are so many types of electric two-wheelers that are available. Now there are two types primarily. One is the low speed 25 kilometers, and the other one is generally 45, 50, 60 kilometers per hour that you can have. And the rated power is generally less than 300 watts. Riders do not need a license here. And then the top speed you have seen, the most popular is Ola S1. I mean, there are a lot of issues also with that. But the rated motor power is generally more than or equal to about 4 kilowatt hours. And they have a higher battery capacity, close to about 3.5 kilowatt hours, which will generally charge 50% in 18-20 minutes, is what is the claim by the manufacturers. So 2 speed runs. Now, what does application of lithium ion mean to you? Now, lithium ion is the most popular chemistry as of today because it gives you a very high energy density. It gives you a very small footprint, and it is very compact. So it gives you a lot of energy that can help you in the long term. Now, the high rise in demand of electric vehicles, yes. So you have lithium ion. Energy storage system, where the traditional lead acid gel batteries are being now replaced with lithium ion because of the smaller footprint, higher energy densities, faster discharge, faster charging cycles. So that gives you much better. Of course, your mobile phones, laptops, consumer drones, blenders, even the vacuum cleaners, all of them come with a lithium ion battery now. Telecommunication and railways, yes, they are slowly adapting. They're still on lead acid, but they're slowly adapting towards lithium ion because it's a very, very promising chemistry. Now, we have seen multiple fires in the last couple of months, 3-4 months. There have been more than 15, 16 fires. 5 to 6 people have lost their lives. Now, why did that happen? There are multiple newses around. There are so many opinions around it. So we all know, like Chennai had a fire, Vellore, then we had a fire in Pune, we had a fire in Hyderabad, in Mumbai, and then there was this very recent truck which was containing all the electric vehicles which had caught fire. So why these fires happen? One of the major reasons of these fires is a thermal runaway. And what is a thermal runaway, and why does a BMS play a very crucial role in this thermal runaway? Now, when we talk of these reasons, primary reasons of having two-wheeler fires are thermal runaway, as I said, very primary reasons, the short circuit that could have happened, a BMS malfunction, a high temperature area around it, and then a very poor or low quality cells that have been there, and incorrect or an improper charging which could have taken place. Now we know that most of it, these cells are of pretty low quality, and the BMS is not actually a full functionality BMS. It's just a very protective circuit which comes to check your voltages and currents, and then you're good to go. But that's not the case. That is not how a BMS works. So what is a BMS? Now, if you can see something on the screen, it's like a circuit board, which looks like a circuit board, but it is the control center. It is the most important brain of the battery. Now, it is supposed to monitor the battery's performance, and it should ensure that the entire battery operates within the safety margins. Now, what is the safety margin? The safety margin could be something wherein you have a very specific voltage range that is required to be, for the battery to function properly. Then there could be a specific discharge current that you're looking at. There could be a specific charging current that is required. There could be a very high temperature or a very low temperature. So it has to, and there are very specific temperature limits that are adhered with lithium ion, and you have to make sure that you are operating within those temperature limits to avoid any such kind of mishaps. So this is what is the function. Now, this is a combination of a hardware and software both together. It's the plain vanilla hardware, it's not going to work. You have to have an intelligent software as well to it to make this really fully functional. Now, the typical functions are first and the foremost, the most top priority is a battery protection. Now, when you have a battery protection means you are supposed to protect it from a voltage range. You have to protect it from the temperature range. You have to protect it from the current range, and make sure that you are within your safety limits. Another most important function of a battery management system is balancing. Now, balancing is very, very crucial. I will come to it in the slides ahead of what is exactly a balancing mean. Now, balancing really means that you have to maintain equality between all these cells. Another aspect that could be, it's an optional one, but if you have it, it's a very good thing, because you need a lot of data. Data is the new oil today. Data is the new things which is very, very important today, because without data we all would be like actually suffering. Without data we cannot survive. So we need a lot of data to analyze, to understand what is happening. So IoT capabilities, yes. And one more important factor is, there are two types of two levels of monitoring. Now, one level could be a cell level monitoring, and the other could be a pack level monitoring. So we need to understand what we are looking at. Typically, most of them are just doing a pack level monitoring, but we need to implement cell level monitoring. And the next important aspect is a preventive and a predictive monitoring, because a preventive and a predictive monitoring is something which will help you detect and find out what are the most problems that could have been there, or why was there a failure, or you could actually prevent a failure happening based if you have an IoT capability and you could get the data out and analyze it in time. So data analytics play a very crucial role here. And then battery state of health. So the BMS could actually determine what is your battery. I mean, what is the cell health that you are currently having. If your cell health is good, okay, you still have more juice remaining in your battery, you're good to go. So it should disconnect in terms of time. And something which is not mentioned on the screen is a physical disconnection capability. That at any point of time, if there is any problem that happens, the BMS should be able to physically disconnect the entire battery pack from your circuitry, so that you guys are completely safe. Your product is safe, your equipment is safe, and if the power is applied to any other equipment, it is completely safe, and there's no risk of any further damage. So these are the important functions of the battery management system, and not just measurement of the voltage and current. It is beyond that. Now, as I said, you have to understand that safety functionalities would include overcharging, over discharging, over voltages, under voltages, and thermal protections, short circuit protection, and loose connections. Very often our roads are brilliant in India. We know how beautiful potholes we have in India, and most of the times that the vehicles go through it, then we need to understand that there could be loose connections. There could be a welding failures, there could be a screw terminal failures that could happen into the batteries, and that could lead to a thermal runaway, that could lead to a faulty pack happening. So loose connections, breaking of welding points, breaking of the connection points is a very, very common problem that occurs into these batteries. So you need to understand that your BMS should be capable of detecting such problems and switching off at the right time that you need it. Now, IoT capabilities are equally important. See, today we are, living in an era where there is a lot of internet all around us. I mean, we have everything is available on our mobile, on our fingertips. Even these two-wheelers that are available are controlled. Two-wheelers, four-wheelers are all now controlled with the mobiles that we have. So what is it that can give you much more freedom when you come to batteries, because they can give you a lot of remote monitoring information. You can have data acquisition 24/7. That will help you to get a lot of, they will give you a lot of data to be analyzed, to have a pattern, to understand where you could have, where you could have a lot of analysis to improve the situation. You could actually improve the life of the battery. You could have a better SOC, you could have a better SOH, and you could have a complete control via the remote app, or a remote application. It could be a web application, a mobile application, whatever is suitable. And you could actually do a lot of functionality with all of this. So IoT capabilities, yes, are very important to be inbuilt into a BMS. So now let's come to what is preventive and predictive monitoring that I've been talking of. And we have implemented this into many of our systems already, because you get a real-time monitoring. Because just because you have an IoT-enabled system, you get a lot of real-time data monitoring. You could have a very early diagnosis of potential failures, because failure diagnosis is very, very important. Then remaining use of life, extremely important. Just like the fuel cards show you how many kilometers are remaining, you can go with the charge. Same way you can have it with the battery systems as well. And you need to also detect which of these cells are getting damaged, or they're weak, or they're seasoned, and you need to change them. So if you have a very good BMS, if you have a real-time monitoring, if you have data, you can detect most of it. And you could have alerts for unusual battery behavior. You could have a feedback control, understanding what is happening in a virtual model, of course, and then how to implement this into the real time life, and cross checking with what you have done to what is actually on your virtual model. So all of this comes under preventive and predictive monitoring, and this really helps to go in a very long way. So moving ahead now, this is one of our actual cell level monitorings that we have. This is an actual data that I'm showing here. Now this is connected to a BESS system, that is a battery energy storage system. And from any time, any place, we can actually have the entire, each and every cell of what is happening. It helps us to detect a lot of things. We can have the, what is the balancing current happening, what is the cell level temperatures, what is the voltages, what is the current. So if you have all this real-time data, it really helps you to go in a long run in detecting the failures, in premature aging of the batteries, in a battery abuse. You can detect all of that right in one go by seeing the data, what you have here. Now I'll come to the most important aspect, which is the cell balancing, which is done by the BMS. Very, very crucial. Now there are two types of balancing. One is an active balancing, one is a passive balancing. So now what the active balancing does is it ensures that while charging and discharging and the state of charge of the battery, you could equalize them completely in one go. And this actually improves the efficiency of the battery as well as life of the battery as compared to a passive balancing. Now, passive balancing can happen only when it is stationary. So I have a very quick video for you guys to understand what is active and passive balancing in a very simple way. So let's go to the video.
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am. Hello. Rashi, ma'am, your video is not audible.
Hello, madam. Rashi, madam. Hello, madam.
So now that you've seen how active and passive balancing works, so you guys must be aware and you could realize that active really helps a lot.
That was having some audio?
It was, yes, having an audio, but it was just music. You could not hear that?
Yeah.
But never mind, it was just background music, and this video is available on YouTube, so I will post the link also. But the video was visible, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So now that you've understood active and passive balancing and the difference between that, so I'll say that, active balancing really helps in the long run, and it is very good for the EVs because at the time you would, you can get the maximum out of your battery. You do not have to recharge very often, and 30% more It really helps in a long way. It increases your mileage, it gives you a better battery life, and it will give a big impact in this. So now I would be open to questions, if any, and let's have a more interactive round in this. I'll stop sharing my screen now.
Yes, student. Anyone have question? Please unmute yourself and ask your doubt one by one.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am, I'm Tabin Kadri from Electrical Power System Department. I have a few questions. So the first question that I have is like you told about the temperature limits of lithium ion battery pack. So what are the temperature limits of a lithium ion battery pack?
See, these temperatures are often defined by the manufacturer, cell manufacturer, and the cell data sheet will have the temperature ranges, and you have to ensure that your BMS cuts off within those temperature ranges. And it will differ from chemistry to chemistry, it will differ from manufacturer to manufacturer.
Ma'am, for example?
You have not read any data sheet, that is very clear. Okay. Now I'll tell you, with LFP, you could have temperature ranges from -20 to +50. For NMC, you could have to +40. LTO, you could have to +60. So it really depends on which chemistry you are using. And it should be programmable in your BMS.
Okay, ma'am. So the other question that I have is like you said, the one of the function of BMS is the thermal protection of the battery. Ma'am, so how exactly will it protect the battery when the battery gets overheated?
It is supposed to disconnect. It is supposed to disconnect the entire battery pack from your circuit, whatever you're using it. As soon as there's an over temperature or an under temperature, anything outside your temperature zone, you're supposed to disconnect it.
Ma'am, so then the entire system will shut down, no?
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Ma'am, and what if it happens frequently?
Then there's something wrong with your system. There's something wrong with your battery pack. There's something wrong with your cells. There could be something wrong with the connections.
Ma'am, and
it
the
is
last
not
question.
supposed to happen frequently.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, and the last question that I have is it is regarding active and passive. The video that we
Balancing.
saw previously, yes, ma'am. So what happens in passive one is there are two batteries. One is a smaller one and one is a bigger one.
No, it's not the smaller one or the bigger one. Now this is just a representation to show which is a weaker cell and which is a stronger cell. Okay, both of the capacities are always the same. Capacity between the cells are the same. You cannot make a battery pack having two different types of cells. You have to make a battery pack with the same cell. I would request you to go again to the YouTube. I'll give the link to your coordinator here. And it's available on YouTube. And see, multiple different types of cells cannot be used in a one single battery pack. Each battery pack should have the same type of cells. And the balancing is between the cells and not between the packs. The balancing that I showed you here is called an intra-pack balancing, which means within the battery pack, the cells are to be balanced. And there is an inter-battery pack balancing also, where between two battery packs, there is a balancing. So that is a very higher stage of lithium-ion batteries, and the BMS has to be really advanced in that case. Here, what I'm talking of is just managing the cells. Even if it's like, the same MOSFETs and the resistors that you make, even if they're made in one single batch, by one single manufacturer, each one will have a different internal resistance. So even if that is the case, each one of them has to be balanced properly and matched. So what happens is if you have an active balancing, it can work even while charging and discharging, giving you the maximum efficiency. In case of passive balancing, that would happen only when you are static. When battery is not in use. Not in use means either it is not charging or discharged.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, good morning. Myself, Ayush Kumar from EPS department. I want to know your opinion that we all know that the greatest challenge for the BMS is the trade-off between cost and versus functionality. That we know that there are very many systems that state of health SOH, state of charge SOC, and algorithms, and finally there are cell balancing technologies. In battery management system, many of these technologies, however, are too expensive to put into production vehicles. I want to know.
I just have one counter question to you. Is your life not expensive enough to trade off? Are you not valuable enough to have that trade off? I think that is it. You can answer this and you understand what is required. So losing 6 lives already is enough. We need to understand what quality we need, and it is you, the young minds, who are knowledgeable enough, who are rational enough to take a good decision. No comments any further on the list. You are more valuable than that EV. Next question, please.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. Myself Srishti Kolle from third year electrical. Ma'am, my first question is that how is the actual capacity of battery in the BMS measured or estimated?
That's a full algorithm, and that's a full topic of study. You can have Coulomb counting. That is one of the most popular methods. That is one way, and then the other is actually, estimating it by complete real on-time detection. But what happens is if you do that, your battery capacity, the self-consumption of the battery becomes pretty high. So you also have to understand that your self-consumption of the BMS has to be very, very low. Otherwise, you will eat up more battery yourself, energy yourself, rather than giving it to the vehicle of where you need it.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you for this answering this question. And second question was that I would also like to know about emerging material that has a huge potential to overtake the existing chemistry of, as you told about lithium-ion batteries.
You can check out solid-state batteries. They're still in lab. A lot of work is done. A lot of research is being done. But to come into a complete commercialization, we need to have more work. So you can look at solid-state batteries.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you for this, both the questions.
Thank you so much.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Good morning. I am Vivek Sodana here, calling from USC Private Limited. My question is in continuation with the thermal protection of battery temperature. Does there any procedure or the technology in the BMS to get the pre-alert limit of increase of temperature? And another thing is that because in various multi-cities, the fire incidents take place, so by keeping them in the view, are very, very development to prepare the safety thermosensors methodology, which can introduce in the systems to avoid such of fire incidents.
See, everything is already there. Just like Ayush asked, it is there is always a trade-off. So my again question to you is the same. These are already implemented. I'll tell you something. We have been in the industry for last 8 years. We were the pioneer in industry to bring IoT-based advanced lithium batteries in India way back in 2015 when nobody was even talking of it. And I will proudly boast and say that there's not a single fire incident, not a single battery replacement across 8 years of existence, across 8 years of installations globally. So everything is already available. Now the thing is, what are you willing to trade off at what cost? And how valuable you think your product in a life of a person is. Now that is something we need to, as an industry, cumulatively and as a consumer, cumulatively decide. So all of this is already available. Clear alerts are there. We already do preventive and predictive monitoring. We are giving all of those alerts in time to all the consumers. Their mobile apps are already there. They'll keep giving the alerts. So it's all there. And you could always have a cooling mechanism in place, a thermal mechanism, which the BMS can detect if it is functional or not and disconnect accordingly. So that is all possible.
My second question is that in future, so these batteries, electric vehicles are more popular. What will be the impact on global warming because of the e-waste generated by such vehicles?
Oh, that's a very nice question because recycling and reuse is very, very important. Let me tell you that there's already a lot of work going on reuse for the second life of the electric vehicle batteries to be used in a low critical applications of stationary type. And the second is the recycling plants are already being set up, and they are already doing the recycling of lithium-ion batteries to a certain capacity right now, but all the expansion is already on go. But something that we need today is a financial innovation in recycling, because today recycling is a liability model for lithium-ion, but we need to make an asset model because India as a consumer base, it's like you want money for everything. Even if you're selling scrap, you want money. So today, if you're selling the lithium ion scrap, you have to pay money. So there a financial innovation needs to come up in picture. That's the only hindrance that we have as of today, but recycling is in process. It's already implemented. New
Thank you.
standards are on way. Thank you so much. Do we have more questions?
I think Tavin has raised hand. Tavin, you can continue.
No, ma'am, I'm done. Sorry.
Okay, so I guess no more questions.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such a wonderful presentation. I greatly appreciate the presentation gave you, ma'am. So it was nothing sort of incredibly informative and interesting session. And I also thankful for the doubt clearing session by you, ma'am. I request you, all of you, to switch on your camera. I want to take just one screenshot.
All participants can please.
Rashiji, why don't you drop into our college? You're very close by. We are just close to the station.
Yes, ma'am.
Drop in
I
sometime.
know.
We can
Sure,
do some
ma'am, I'll drop in.
collaborative projects.
Definitely, ma'am, definitely.
Yeah.
I have been coming to Thana College for other computer science departments also, but sure,
Yeah,
happy
please
to
do
do.
drop in. Yeah.
Sure, ma'am, definitely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now I request Mrs. Geeti Pitambaran to welcome and introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Ruchita ma'am. Now, let us welcome our next speaker, Mr. Pranath Seth, Senior Manager, Advanced Technology Development, ERC Pune, Tata Motors Limited. Mr. Pranath Seth is having 3+ years of experience with expertise in hybrid and EV powertrain development and beginning journey in AI, ML era for EV applications. His major involvements include AMT and auto clutch projects, hybrid and electric vehicle powertrain sizing, modeling, and optimization. He worked as data analyst for diagnostics and predictive solutions for EVs, EV range prediction using machine learning and AI models. Mr. Pranath Seth is leading team in innovation programs of the organization. He completed his MTech in manufacturing engineering from IIT Bombay and BTech in mechanical engineering from AKGEC Ghaziabad. The silver medal in academic excellence was a feather in his cap. Mr. Pranath Seth published the paper Alpha Case Formation in TI6AI4V in a different oxidizing environment in the journal Oxidation of Metals. He appeared as a speaker in FTTP 2022 session at Government Polytechnic College, Gondia on power electronics for EV and testing certification for EVs. He was the speaker of AutoSpark 2019 organized by ARAI and SAE India on smart hybrid vehicles. Mr. Pranath Seth presented in GUWI 2017 at IIT Bombay and also in tubular chases design and analysis in ICME 2016 at AKGEC. His certifications include XEV development through system simulation, data science overview and data analysis concepts, machine learning introduction. Mr. Pranath Seth was the member of SAE India during 2014 and 2016. I welcome Mr. Pranath Seth, sir, Senior Manager, Tata Motors, to share the overview on emerging trends in electric vehicles. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes,
can you
sir.
hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thanks and regards to organizers, coordinators, guest speakers, and the audience are most welcome. And okay, so we will start our session on the topic of electric vehicles and overview on emerging trends. Okay, so I will share and it is right. Is it visible to anyone?
Yes, sir.
Is
Yes,
it
sir.
clear?
Screen is visible, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes. Okay. Right. Okay. So thank you for very nice introduction. But definitely, I think the majority in the audience are students. So I would like to mention one thing that definitely whatever I am and whatever I have achieved, definitely in very short way, we can say that I am a automobile engineer or a passionate engineer, which is looking for innovating the mobility solutions. So green mobility is a part where government is pushing. We need to reduce the carbon emissions and we need to more utilize the renewable energy sources. So hybrid and electric vehicles are being future for the mobility, which are using the electrical energy to propel the vehicle. So definitely the journey started for me. It was not as a employee in Tata Motors, but it started a while ago in 2014 when I joined the SAE India Collegiate Club in my graduation college, and we participated in two events, uh, FE car and go-kart. So from there, there was a team of 20 members, 10 members, and it was a very nice journey. We participated in both of the event and we won there. And that reward, that experience, that enthusiasm, it carries on with time. And I joined in Tata Motors on a role of powertrain designer for electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles. So coming back to our session, the content will be as we are seeing. There are so many electrical vehicles, two-wheeler or three-wheeler or four-wheelers are running into onto the road, and there are a lot of, I think, competitors now in market. So what are the motivation behind in electric vehicles market? What are the regulations and norms like FAME and CAFE? And then definitely we will slowly move to what is the electric vehicles, its architecture, the components, the major ECUs in the electric vehicles. Then what are the modes? What is the uniqueness of electric vehicles? Then we will see some examples in passenger vehicle market in electric vehicle segment, and then some benchmarks of the commercial electric vehicles. After that, we will discuss key how this cost distribution is happening around electric vehicles, which one is the major component, which is major contributing, or where the cost is aligned, or how warranty is affecting, or like that. Then what are the challenges ahead and recent developments? So I think the session is happening from I think morning 8:30 or 9, and I think a lot of the sessions have been already delivered by my seniors, and there is a lot of things which we can discuss and which we can share among each other about electric vehicles. But I was restricted to talk on only overview part. So definitely, I will be touching the basic part, and we will have a broader perspective, idea, ideologies, and it will be a definitely a talk, not a lecture. So I request everyone to participate. Whenever you feel, you can raise your hand, interrupt me in between, and you can ask the question, and definitely we will have a fruitful session. Okay, and one more thing, the numbers, data, or figures which are in the presentation, it cannot be very precise or accurate. So it is just for the representation. Just have an understanding what the things, what is happening around in automobile industry, maybe. So definitely, so that is just uh, numbers for representation only. Okay, so going ahead, um, we all know that currently, if you may heard that there is a conference happened in Paris named Paris Conference in 2014 or 15, and the agenda was we need to reduce the CO2 emission globally. So it may be either developing nation or developed nation. Uh, all nations have to contribute uh, their part, their role to reduce the CO2 emissions. So statistics may say that developing nations are emitting more pollutions, more CO2, or developed nation. But is it definitely a mutual global effort which is required to reduce the carbon emission? So aiming that, definitely government, NGOs, other agencies like ARAI, SA India, and global agencies come together and try to identify how how these numbers, these temperatures, global warming, emissions, and can be reduced. So definitely, industry are the major pillars in the economy of any nation. So industry needs to be aligned with these government norms and regulations. So government has to draft a policy which may be acceptable at globally or at nation level, at locally also. So for example, in USA, California is far ahead than the whole USA. And in India also, we can say the states may have their rights to regulate some norms at the state level. So a survey said that most of the customers are not very attentive towards the how their vehicle is going to emit the carbon. Most of the time, we are focused on whether it is comfortable, what is the initial cost, what will be the running cost, it is 5-seater or 7-seater or 6-seater, what is the mileage of that vehicle, it is 20 kmpl, it is 26, or whatever the number. And sometimes, definitely, the features are more attractive. There should be a sunroof, AI-based any features, or like that. And now safety is also coming into picture, where customer wants to buy a safe vehicle where he feels that definitely he's going to be very safe in case of an accident also. So pickup, etc., number of airbags, and the features. It may AMT, it is dual clutch automation, or it is auto clutch, or it is manual, or it is 6 gear or 5 gear. So all these things, these are the attributes which customer focuses when he's going to make a decision to buy a vehicle. And there are very few which are uh, concerned about how much my vehicle is going to emit. So definitely now, as awareness is increasing, the customers for electric vehicles, customer for the green mobility solutions are increasing time by time. So definitely, there is government regulations, there are norms, agencies which are regulating it, which are making sure that all the automobile enterprises, industries, and the vehicles going to align with these norms. So I think in 2020 we heard that BS6, yani Bharat Stage 6, is going to be implemented in India as a emission norms. And the tragedy was that we directly jumped from BS4 to BS6, and all the enterprises, all the companies, or the organizations needs to be highly put their attention. See how can they match BS6 emission norms, where the carbon emissions range that was limited, very NOx, SOx, particulate numbers, and so others. So it was very tough for all the companies in automobile era to meet these BS6 norms. And definitely Europe, America, or some Asian nation like Japan or China is again ahead of us, and they are further trying to stringing this emission from the vehicle tail. So now, suppose BS6, it is 2022, 2 years already passed. So now what's ahead of BS6? It is BS7, BS8, or what are the future with the automobile industry with IC engine? So definitely to further stringing these emission norms may affect highly the IC engine market, and government and other agencies are very much concerned how to proceed further. So the answer was very simple, that definitely somewhere we had we have to
Excuse me,
admit that
sir.
we need.
Excuse me, sir.
Hello.
Sir, are you changing the slides?
Hello.
Because as of now, we are seeing the first slide only. Are you changing the slides?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
Let
now it
me.
changed to the. Okay.
Okay. Let me know if it is all right now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now it's in the fourth slide, right? Okay, sir.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
There was nothing before to it, so don't worry about it. Okay. So definitely we are more focused towards the electric vehicles and the green mobility part after the BS6 emission, BS6 norms. So government introduced two norms, FAME and CAFE. FAME is the faster adoption and manufacturing of electric vehicles, and CAFE is the corporate average fuel economy. So these are the two major driving factors which are pushing the organizations to launch the electric vehicles in market, to launch the green mobility solutions in market, and that's why we can see there are lots of electric two-wheeler in market, three-wheeler also, cargo vehicles and buses, and now the passenger cars. So who are the leaders? We can, I think you may be aware that Tata Motors launched Nexon EV and Tigor EV. Mahindra has e-Verito, and I think they are planning to launch again some more vehicles. Hyundai Kona EV and MG ZS EV is in, more prominent or dominating players in the market. And for Tata Motors, I can say we have sold more than 10,000 passenger electric vehicles, including Tigor EV and Nexon EV. So yes, market is improving, and customers are aware, and they are definitely with the increasing price of gasoline and diesel. Again, CNG is also increasing, LPG, LNG. So there is a shift of trends in customer perspective. They are preferring the electric vehicles. So now when we say that there is a FAME and CAFE norm, so what is it, FAME and CAFE? So with the FAME, government notified notification with MOP, Ministry of Power in 2015, and MORT, Ministry of Road and Transport Highway in 2016, that these are the targets for the IC vehicles. For financial year 17-18, the phase 1 was launched, where the target was it should be 130 gram CO2 per kilometer if the average curve weight is 1037 kg. And from 22 onwards, it is 113 gram CO2 per kilometer, and curve weight is 1145. So definitely this target of the CO2 in gram per kilometer has been reduced, and if CO2 is improving, CO2 emission is reducing, then definitely the economy needs to be improved. So how can we do it? Either we can do it the pre-processing or the post-processing. So there are some CO2 reduction technologies. Either we can do the electrifications, or we can reduce the curve weight also, because we know lighter the weight, less the fuel burn, and less CO2 emission. So with that, the government published target line for the fuel consumption, that it is a straight line, A into W plus B, it means it is a proportional to the curve weight. So A and B are the factors which is being defined by the agencies, and the all the vehicles which are going to be launched in the market, they have to meet this target line. So if the fuel consumption is greater than it, then definitely it is being monitored by the government, and there can be action taken. There is a possibility that action can be taken by the government on that vehicles. If it is less than that target fuel consumption, then definitely there are incentives, there are rewards to the customer, to the organization also, in terms of the cess reduction, GST, and other things like that. So with that understanding came known that target line was there. So same in CAFE norms, there is a target, and now it is in terms of the CO2 emission. So it is just mathematics. Again, if you can see, it is A into W plus B. So it is again a straight line. Now, how can we measure the CAFE performance? So suppose if a company is going to launch multiple vehicles, suppose there are N1 of Tiago, N2 of Tigor, N3 for Nexon, N4 for Harrier, N5 for Safari, and so on. So these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are different models. P1, P2, P3, so on are the performance, CO2 performance of the vehicle. So the average number is the weighted summation, or the direct summation of P1 into N1 plus P2 N2 plus P3 N3 and so on, divided by the total number of vehicles. So this number is the overall number for a particular corporate, for a particular company. That suppose Tata Motors says this number, so the performance can be measured of a whole organization with this number. So again, suppose as we talk, there are CO2 reducing technologies. So I can say there are some technologies which are very well implemented in market. So regenerative braking, start-stop system. Your vehicle will be directly stopped in traffic, in a traffic light. So that can be reduce the emission. Tire pressure monitoring system, because tire pressure should be very accurate, so that the friction will be minimum, and traction can be very smooth, and you can have a better fuel economy. 6 or more speed transmission, because 6-speed transmission give a better flexibility to choose the better fuel consumption, and definitely it is going to reduce the carbon emission finally. So these are the coefficients which can be multiplied with the performance of the original vehicle. So if any of the features is there, then definitely that multiplier factor can be multiplied with the performance. And again, there is a formula here, you can calculate the overall performance. After that, if you have a strong hybrid or plug-in hybrid or pure electric vehicles in your portfolio, then there is a derogation factor which can be multiplied in the volume itself, and then you can have a again modified number of n, and you can calculate the CAFE performance of a organization. So it was just a brief how this FAME and CAFE is regulating the organizations, industries to measure their performance and to restrict the CO2 emission. Now we will be going for the overview of electric vehicles. So we all know that conventional vehicles, it may be gasoline, diesel, CNG, or flex fuel. Flex fuel is coming in picture because now we heard the statement from the ministers that methanol or ethanol or some other alternatives fuels should be added with the conventional fuels, and engines should be behaved accordingly so that performance cannot compromised. So flex fuel is also in discussion in automobile industry for now. So here we can see this is a schematic here where suppose there are 3 holes, it means it is a 3-cylinder engine. This is the clutch, gearbox, final drive, and the wheel. So power is going to flow from the IC through clutch, through gearbox to the final drive and the wheels. So here generally we know engine, clutch, gears, alternator, sometimes LB battery also they are adjust to support the auxiliary functions. If it is CNG, LNG, then there is a cylinder. If it is a gasoline or diesel, then there is a fuel tank. And EMS is the ECU, which is control the function of the engine and the vehicles. And then if it is electric vehicles, then schematic is very similar to the conventional vehicle. The only thing, instead of engine, there is a E source. We can say it is a motor, because motor propels the vehicle. It converts the electrical energy into the mechanical energy. Then through clutch, it can be passed to the gearbox and then final drive and then wheel. So, but motor, it is not. It converts the electrical energy to mechanical energy, but it needs electrical energy. So battery is there to provide the to energize the electric source or motor. Right now, in electric vehicles, there are most of the time there is a two category. One is the battery electric vehicle, and another one is the fuel cell electric vehicle. So battery electric vehicles, it means motor will get energy from the battery, and in fuel cell, it is the motor which is going to get the energy from the hydrogen fuels, which is going to be burned, and energy is stored into the battery, and then accordingly you can get the power. So yes, when I say it is a fuel cell, it is hydrogen fuel cell, because it is again very clean, because hydrogen, if it reacts with oxygen, it only converts into the water only. S2 plus O2 equal to H2O. So there is no carbon. It is not going to emit the COX, NOx, or SOx. So it is again cleaner than the conventional vehicles. Now there is another category, hybrid vehicles. It means it has the combination of uh, fuels and battery. It means there will be an IC engine, there will be an electric motor, and both can power the vehicle simultaneously or at a time also. So here categories are mild hybrid, strong hybrid, and plug-in hybrid. So you can see here it is a battery, a motor, and again engine, and these all are synced in such a way that it maintain the functionality of the vehicle, and you can get the advantage of the electric energy also in various functions. And definitely when you are going to utilize the electrical energy, it means engine will be shut down or maybe running at a um, lower performance, and will be emitting the less carbon. So that's how these are the categories here: conventional, electrical, and hybrid vehicles. Going ahead, we will see the breakdown. In conventional vehicles, we have engine, fuel tank, alternator, carburetor, exhaust system. For ECU, it is engine management system, EMS, and there are again various parts which is uh, again very similar. So for electric vehicles, instead of engine, there is electric motor. Instead of the fuel tank, it is HV battery. HV means high voltage. And again, inverter, DC-DC converter, onboard charge are other parts which is required to maintain the functionality of the vehicles. We will discuss in coming slides. BMS, VCU, and other controllers are there to maintain the functionality. In hybrid vehicle, definitely it is a combination of conventional electric vehicles. So components will be added up. There will be a part of the electric vehicle and as well as the conventional vehicles. So it is quite complex when it comes to the packaging, when it comes to locate, to find the space, to maintain all the packaging part very carefully here. Okay, so now this is the architecture here for electric vehicles. So we will see very basic part first, that this is the traction motor. It means it is going to convert the electrical energy into mechanical energy, and this is the shaft where you will get the motor torque and motor speed. Okay, and as we said, it needs electrical energy. So who is going to provide it? HV battery is going to provide the electrical energy. Then battery needs to be charged, so there should be a charger. So here it is charger that is going to charge the HV battery when the charger will be plugged in. And again, LV battery supports some auxiliary functions like HVAC system, e-pass, it is for steering, aux motors, ABS system like vacuum pump, cooling system like pump, radiator fan, etc. Music system, head tilt, tail lights, indicators, etc. These all things consumes energy from the LV battery only, 12 volt system or 24-volt system. Here, that's why it is termed as a low voltage system. And here it is HV battery. It means it is going to be more than 100 plus. It may be 240, 320. It is maybe far more, around 600 volts in buses in commercial vehicle segment. So these are the basic parts. Now we have to discuss what is this inverter, DC-DC converter, and OBC. So since HV battery provides electrical energy in terms of the DC, so whereas in automobile generally we use AC motors, PMSM motor means permanent magnet synchronous motor. So there is a need to convert this high voltage DC into high voltage AC. So inverter is the part which converts this DC supplied into the AC supply. Okay. If it is the DC motor in case, then definitely it is not required. But in automobile function, we use AC motor most of the time because of their performance, functionalities, and efficiencies. So AC motors, PMSM motors are majorly used. Now to control this inverter, there is a need of controller. We can say it is MCU, motor control unit, or motor control unit controller. Okay, so this is the function of inverter. Now next, let's talk about the DC-DC converter. So we know HB battery, that battery stores power energy in high voltage form, whereas LV battery system works at low voltage around 12 volt or 24 volt. So how this supply can be possible from HV battery to low voltage battery, because it is 240 or 320 or 600 voltage system and it is 12 or 24. So there is a need of DC-DC converter which converts high voltage system into the low voltage DC supply. After that, we need an OBC also, because sometimes we know that there is a option of having a charger system where we can just plug it into our household power board, and we can charge our electric vehicle also. So definitely we got AC supply into our house or for the domestic use, and battery needs to be charged by the DC supply. So this AC supply needs to be converted into the DC supply, and OBC does that part. So from that you will get the AC voltage and current HV supply, and it can be converted into HVDC part, and battery can be charged. And we all know that government or some other companies are already planning for establishing charging infrastructure where directly DC supply is available, so it can be directly charged battery. So there is no need of OBC, or it may it is bypassed. Directly the charger charges the HV battery by using the DC system. Okay, then again here we can say that there is again a green line which I termed regeneration. So we will discuss what is the regeneration definitely. So here in this slide we will see how this electric modes is coming into picture. So suppose, just to make you familiarize, that suppose there is a IC, clutch, gearbox, then final drive, and power comes to the wheel. So in electric vehicles, what happens? It is just a electric motor. There may be a clutch or no. Then it supplies, the power supply goes to energy supply goes to the gearbox, where a gear issue, and then it's come to the wheel finally through the final drive. So motor powers the vehicle in electric mode. Now this is the powering the vehicles, but in electric vehicles there is a unique phenomenon of regeneration. where energy can be recuperated, can be get back when your vehicle is in inertia or in a slow, downward slope, and mechanical energy is already available sufficiently or in a excess, then this mechanical energy can recuperate back into electrical energy and your motor start acting as a generator at that time. In generator, what happens? We provide the mechanical energy and it converts it into the electrical energy. So in electric vehicles, motor start acting as a generator also, where this regeneration is possible by recuperating the mechanical energy and transforming it into the electrical energy. Okay, so now here is a scenario. Suppose there is a vehicle, electric vehicles. We know that there is a downhill gradient is there. So now suppose this is the battery SOC. Battery SOC means it is a state of charge. How much charge is available in the battery. So now if you don't have the information or if you are not the expert, then what will you do? You will keep your vehicle accelerating, regenerating, and maintain a SOC. Then in downhill grade, there is already mechanical energy available in excess, and you can get a very less regeneration effect that will charge your battery. But if you know in prior or if you are expert, if you can anticipate that there is a downhill slope, then what will you do? You will maximum utilize your battery and you will reduce your SOC further possible, and then the regeneration maximum utilization of regeneration can be possible, and you can again recharge your battery up to a certain limit, and definitely it is going to increase the utility of regeneration feature, and definitely it is going to enhance the range of the vehicle, and you will definitely going to contribute finally for the CO2 emission. Okay, so now next, what are the passenger electric vehicles available in market? So it is a very huge list now. Tata Nexon EV, Tigor EV, Jaguar I-Pace, MG ZS EV, Hyundai Kona, Mahindra Riva, Evereto, Renault Quid, Audi e-tron, BMW i3, Mercedes, Nissan, Volkswagen, all are available in market. Some of them are not available in Indian market, but these are the competitors globally in electric vehicle segment. And I think in India, as I already said, Tata, MG, Hyundai, Mahindra are prime players in passenger car segment. And if we have to check what are the motor configuration, battery configuration, so just let's have a basic information about the Kona EV, ZS EV, and Nexon EV. That motor details are like motor is rating is 100 kilowatt and 395 Newton meter torque. Battery is 356 volt system, and if we have to say what is the capability, then it is 39.2 kilowatt hour, and they are claiming 452 kilometer. For MG ZSEV, 105 kilowatt, 353 Newton meter, battery voltage 394, capability is 44.5 kilowatt hour, and claiming range 419. For Nexon EV, it is a 95 kilowatt motor to 45 Newton meter, and battery voltage is 320 volt. Battery kilowatt hour is 30.2 and 312 kilometer. So somebody can say that most of the time we compare the vehicles by mileage. So in electric vehicle, it is by range, how much distance it can cover with a single full charge. So Nexon EV has suppose 312 kilometer, which is very less compared to the Pune EV and ZS EV. But at the same time, we have to see the battery capability is also higher in Kona EV and ZS EV, 39.2 and 45.4, 44.5 kilowatt hour, whereas in Nexon EV it is 30.2. So suppose if I have to say the battery has the capacity and it is going to that kilometer, so how will you say in conventional vehicles? Suppose it is kilometer per liter. So here in electric vehicle, it is kilometer per kilowatt hour. The economy you measure in electric vehicles in terms of the kilometer per kilowatt hour. So if you will divide this number 452 divided by 39.2 or 419 by 44.5 or 312 divided by 30.2, this number of economy is very close to each other. So Kona EV, ZS EV and Nexon EV both has this number in a very close range. So definitely the performance we measure in terms of the kilometer per kilowatt hour. Further, I think some OEMs are planning to have higher range. They are increasing the battery capacity or they are reducing the losses also. Because whenever we say there is a transformation of energy from one to another form, either it can be DC to AC, it can be mechanical to electrical, electrical to mechanical, there is always a loss. So here in traction motor, there is a loss because it is converting electrical energy to mechanical. Inverter, there is a loss because it is converting DC supply to AC. Loss in DC-DC converter, it is converting HVDC to LVDC and OVC also. So generally in case of the conventional vehicle, we say the efficiency is around 30 to 40% of the engine. So this number is very high in case of electric vehicles. It is if the combined efficiency we have to say it is around 70 to 75% we utilize energy most of the time. So that's how energy losses are very less as compared to the IC engine, and there is no carbon emission. Definitely, it is a green mobility solution which we have to consider. Now, let's talk about the commercial vehicles which are available in electric vehicle segment. So most of Tata 9x9, 9x9 is 9-meter electric bus, 9x12 it is 12-meter electric bus, and there's also 4x12 also, which is low floor, low entry 12-meter buses. We have seen in Pune there's BYD and Electra is running their vehicles. In Mumbai, I think Tata is there, Lucknow, Jammu, Kolkata, Ahmedabad is also, the tender is with Tata Motors. Scania, JBM and Volvo are present globally. And apart that, buses, trucks are also available in markets, but I think USA, Europe market, most of the time they are using it because the infrastructure are already developed for such kind of vehicles, cargo vehicles. So if we have to get a basic information about the powertrain, electric powertrain, then for 9-meter bus, motor details is 245 kilowatt, 3000 Newton meter, battery voltage is 657, kilowatt hour is 124, and range we are claiming 124. It is for 9-meter bus. For 12-meter buses, 245 kilowatt, 3000 Newton meter motor, 657 volt battery system, 186 kilowatt hour, and range is again more than 150 plus, I think, kilometer. So we see that here kilowatt hour is increasing, but at the same time range is very same. Why? But we have to make note it here that it is 9-meter bus. The passenger carrying capacity is less than 12-meter buses. So it means the payload on the 12-meter bus will be higher. So energy required is high to maintain this 150 plus kilometer number. So that's why this battery has the capacity of 186 kilowatt hour, whereas 9-meter bus requires 124 only. Okay, then this is the schematic, the positioning of the batteries and other things. So sometime it is on the floor, sometime it is on the roof, depends on the OEM's preference. Again, HVAC system, this is the air conditioning system. This is the DC-DC converter. Here it is motor, compressor are located here, the batteries. This is the battery system. Okay. Now about the cost distribution. The battery is, I think, mostly critical part for electric vehicles because it is the heart of electric vehicles, costly also, and this is the critical part which needs most attention of any OEM, most cost optimization, most performance optimization in the battery part. So it contains 35 to 40% of the vehicle cost most of the time. What about the motor? It is around 15 to 20% of the vehicle cost. Then another units like DC-DC converter, inverter, and OBCs, these are 10% around 10%, 15% of the vehicle cost. Then remaining are the accessories like brake, cluster, and other features, aux motors, aux LV battery, AC, E-pass, etc., which is covering 15 to 20% of the vehicle cost. BIW is not mentioned here because that is totally different part. Charges is again not considered because it is the distribution of the powertrain only. So battery again, I think some session have been already delivered on battery, maybe or maybe in future it may be planned. So battery is critical because in passenger cars or in four-wheeler segment at least we can say that there are arrangements of cells either in series or in parallel which finalize the capability or capacity of the battery, performance of the battery. Then battery management system is required, battery cooling system is required to maintain the temperature, operational temperature of the battery, and BMS controls overall the functionality finally. Then there are sensors, voltage, currents, temperature to give the feedback to the BMS, and that's how this battery finally deliver the electrical energy to the motor and to the DC-DC and other parts. Motor is very mature now because there are I think from last 2, 3, or 4 decades uh, there is continuous development happening in the motor, and now we have a suitable solution. We have PMSM motor, we have SRM motors, we have induction motors, and depends on the applications we are using it. And definitely thermal management is another part which needs to be taken care when we are choosing the motor. And battle controller, other accessories are again that can be definitely considered for functioning the vehicle. Now, this is the most interesting part for me because these are the challenges ahead, roadblocks, I can say, or hurdles, or as an engineer, I can say this is a challenge. And what are the recent developments happening also that we will discuss. So I think most of you have heard incidents happening that battery caught fire in two-wheelers. I think most of the time battery caught fire, and it is impacting the adoption of the electric vehicles in market. And we have to think as an engineer that why it is happening. So I think if you have read the article, then thermal management is the part where OEMs need to be very careful and put maximum effort so that we can maintain the operational temperature of the battery, and we can avoid any such incident. So safety needs to be very ensured. So in passenger cars, in commercial cargo vehicles, there is a active cooling. Active cooling means there is a cooling system, proper cooling system, where coolants flow through the battery packs and maintain the operational temperature. Whereas in three-wheeler or in two-wheeler also, we have observed that there is a passive cooling. It means battery or the components get cooled by the natural air or the forced air. So definitely it may be one of the reason that battery caught fire. Another reason can be battery chemistry, because uh, there is now lithium ion, which is battery cells which are being used in passenger cars and cargo vehicles. And I think in some of the two-wheelers, there is a NMC, nickel metal carbide, or NMH, nickel metal hydride chemistry being used, and which are quite unstable at high temperature and caught fire. So definitely there may be a possibility of that. And there are some further changes also in during the operations. Battery abuse is also possible, that customer is abusing the battery in terms of uh, driving the vehicles in most inefficient zone or in a dangerous zone. So definitely it is need to be taken care of. Then next, with that incident, I think a lot of questions would come to me, and then definitely we will have a fruitful interaction there. So I'm limiting this challenge here itself. And I told that the developments need to be done in terms of the cooling system, in terms of the chemistry, and let make sure that it should be safe by following the safety standards and norms, which is like there are so many norms in AIS and the automotive industry industrial, SAE standards, ARI standards, and some global industrial, ISO something kind of thing. Okay, then another challenge is charging infrastructure. So we all know that government and other organizations are continuously planning to deploy so many charging stations, but it is still not enough, or at least we can say in major cities, in metro cities, it is available. But what about some semi-urban and rural areas? So because of the lack of the charging infrastructure, what is happening? Customer is not very confident, because suppose if it is fully charged, then he can cover 300 or 400 kilometer. But suppose what happened if he goes 300 kilometer from Pune to suppose Kolhapur or Solapur, or area where charging station is not there, he may face difficulties how to get vehicle charged. Because in slow charging, because the device the OEM giving to the customer, it is a slow charger which he can plug in a household port and he can charge there, but it is slow charger and customer has to wait for around 8 to 9 hours. If it is charging station, then there is a fast charging features, capabilities, and your vehicle can be charged within 1 hour, and without any much delay, customer can cover the journey and achieve the objective of this journey. So charging infrastructure is again where all the OEMs, other companies, and the government, the state government and central government are in collaboration and working for establishing it. So like CNG, I can say, because I think 5 years back there were very limited CNG stations, but slowly the adoption of the CNG vehicle is increasing, and that's why the CNG stations are available. But same will be happening with the electric vehicle also. So definitely there is nothing to worry, but all stakeholders need to be planned very carefully, make a successful business model, and this challenge can be definitely taken care of. Now, the battery part, we all know that lithium ion is a most viable and available implemented solution chemistry in the electric vehicles. So, okay, so lithium ion availability in India is very rare. We could not find lithium ion in India. So now what can be done? In India, we are importing this lithium ion from the China, Congo, or from any other source through trade or the business value. So this lithium ion is not available in India, and suppose if we are going to produce that much electric vehicles, suppose if we can say comparable to the IC in conventional vehicles, if the number is same, then definitely it is going to impact the availability, and we have to definitely work on that part. See how can we establish a channel that avail cheaper or smoother availability for the lithium ion. So there is a dependency on the global uh, nations, organizations, and part. So government will take care of that. OEMs will take care of that. So definitely there is not need to be worried. Again, there are some other developments is happening like sodium ion battery, aluminum air battery, and we are trying to find the alternative of lithium ion without compromising the functionality of the vehicle. So definitely, I think with the developments, with the researchers, OEMs, we will be able to find the alternate of the lithium ion. Now, battery recycling, yes. Suppose a vehicle has a life of 15 or 20 years, but battery has life of only, I think, 8 to 10 years. It means you have to replace battery after a certain time. Now, recycling this battery, which is containing the lithium ion as a core element. So we know that lithium ion is toxic in nature. So if it is toxic, so it cannot be easily recycled. It cannot be dumped anywhere because it will reduce the fertility of the soil if it is dumped. If you will throw it into the sea, then it will definitely impact the ecosystem of sea. It will have the another impact on the river also, soil also. We cannot burn it because it will again emit carbon and
Excuse
there
me,
will be a
sir.
high pollution.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry to
Yes,
interrupt you. Sir, actually, we are running a little late. So can you brief it a little fast? Sorry to interrupt you.
sure.
Thank you.
Because I think we are on the last slide only, so I think we can summarize
Thank you, sir.
definitely. And then initial cost of the vehicle, because currently electric vehicles are costly and as compared to the conventional vehicle, but definitely this cost is further reducing time to time. I think 5 years back it was costlier, but now it is affordable, and definitely with time it is going to replace the conventional vehicle. Other thing is heavy commercial applications like in trucks. It needs very huge battery, very huge motor, so capability needs to be redefined. A lot of engineering needs to be done to maintain the thermal management, to maintain the packaging, and other aspects. So high torque, high speed, high efficiency motor will be required in that case. Then again, the serviceability, because the service center for the electric vehicles are very less. If there is a problem, then suppose the serviceman may not be aware what to do, then definitely it comes to R&D part, and sometimes OEMs provide direct support on that part. So yes, it is challenge, but definitely with time it is going to be possible that we will have a nice service centers and smooth operations. Then the vehicle range, as I told, that currently we are claiming 300, 400 kilometers, but with the optimization, it's need to be further improved, increased, and an optimum number can be 600 kilometers or it can be higher also, but definitely it needs to be improved. So yes, these are the challenges, and I would like to hear your thoughts on that part. So thank you from my side. I'm open to have a interaction with the students. Thank you.
Students, if you have any doubt, just raise your hands. Thank you so much, sir. The session was outstanding, and transportation is transforming, and we need to change along with that. And I'm sure that your session will help us to grab the opportunities, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Without any further delay, we would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Kedar Nanbudi, sir, who is the director of Levicon India System Private Limited since 19 years. Mr. Kedar is having good knowledge base and work experience in the solar latest system designs, street light, home lights, off-grid and on-grid based inverter system designs. Mr. Kedar is having expertise in electronic controllers, solar MPPT controllers, and VFD-based solar pump controllers, static inverter, including a thorough understanding in hardware. He is presently e-residence from Estonia for the latest technology types. He holds the degree of Bachelor of Engineering in Electronics from KBP Satara Shivaji University. She is a member of Indo-German chapter from 2016. He is a consultant in a CPRI, that is the Central Power Research Institute at Bengaluru, India, testing of solar system. Mr. Kedar is a member of Solar Association, MEDA, India. He has been awarded by then Chief Minister, Mr. Vilasrao Deshmukh, for renewable energy source. Mr. Kedar is a prime consultant for the Maharashtra Technical Board India for the new technical designs of various latest technology courses. Sir is so passionate about the renewable energy and electric vehicle. He has a total solar grid at home and he has one EV car and also two EV electric two-wheelers. So he has recently received one national award for working in the green area for more than 10 years. So congratulations for such a wonderful achievement, sir. And thank you, sir, for accepting our invitations. And I welcome Mr. Kedar, sir. And now request you, sir, to share your overviews on electric vehicle charging by the solar power system. Over to you, sir.
Hello, thank you so much. I will say good afternoon to all of you, one and all. At the onset, I thank you, Principal Sir D.K. Nayak, VPM Polytechnic Thane, and Professor Rajasri Patil, in charge Electrical Department, for giving me this opportunity to share my experience in your national conference. I greet Chief Guest Dr. Shankar Venugopal, Vice President, Mahindra Research Center, Chennai, and all respected speakers from various EV fields. VPM Polytechnic technical team is all the time ahead of latest technologies and innovations. So I congratulate them. I always say electronics design solutions is universally affordable, abundant, benign, and contributed to the world's well-being. So my topic for this conference is to charge the electrical vehicles by using the solar power. So I'm just sharing the PowerPoint presentation. My screen I'm sharing to you. The screen is viewable?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So see, we are seeing everywhere the electrical vehicles are emerging in every metro cities as well as in rural areas, especially the two-wheelers are concerned. So from last year, we are working on the charging stations which will be useful for charging the vehicle's battery. The two-wheeler batteries can be easily charged by using a solar because it requires a very less power. And for four-wheeler systems, the power requirement is little bit higher. So slow chargers can be easily charged by using the solar technologies. Right now, we are installed more than 10 plus solar base stations in Maharashtra. All are working fine. Some stations are off-grid base, which can charge the your electrical vehicles in a daytime, and the two-wheelers can be easily directly charged with the solar system. For four-wheelers, we have planned to use the grid tie system, which will export the power. When you will charge the vehicle, it will draw the power from the grid. And when you are not charging the vehicle, the power will be exported to the grid. Like that, two types of solar systems are there. One is off-grid, which is very useful for the charging of the two-wheelers. And other is grid tie, which will be the useful for the charging of the four-wheelers. As you well aware, the electrical scenario in rural areas is a little bit interrupting. So in rural areas, the ample sunlight is available. So we can use that sunlight to charge these vehicles. And for that, I request all students, say new entrepreneur or startups, to design such a apps. Right now, you well aware there are various charging based apps are available, which are charging around rupees 20 per kWh of charge to charge a vehicle. So if you are traveling from Mumbai to Pune, there are several stations are installed. Some stations are fast charging stations. Some stations are medium based charging stations for cars. And for two-wheelers also, you can create a software and initialize the power for a certain power point, electrical power point, where you can provide the charging point. That point will be get activated by a software for say 1 hour, or say for 1 kWh, you can charge rupees 20, and anyone can come and charge your vehicle. The maximum areas is the students, those who are coming at college. We can install the chargers at the college also, college premises. For industries, the vehicles, four-wheeler vehicles are coming. Industries also having the ample place. They can place the solar panels. In hotels, the parking area is there. So in there also you can charge two-wheelers as well as the four-wheelers. Like that, we can use the solar energy for the charging of this the latest electrical vehicles. Some vehicles having facility to remove the batteries from the vehicle. Some vehicles having the batteries are inbuilt that need to be charged on the site only. So removable batteries are the slow charging. Their BMS is of slow charging base, and for the fixed batteries, the BMS can be charged in a very short interval of time. So for car also, the basic charging system is of minimum of 2 kilowatt of AC. AC charging is the slow charging, means there is a capacity for the charges. For example, all the four-wheelers are in India, they are having the charging system is CCS, combined charging system. So that combined charging system having combined charging system having the option of electrical, you can charge by the AC charger as well as the DC charger. The DC charger is a very fast charger. You can charge your electrical car within, say, for example, if you take Tata, it will take around 30 to 40 minutes. MG ZSEV, it will take around 40 to 50 minutes, depend on your current charge. For getting full charge, it will take 50-55 minutes. And slow charger, the battery capacity for MG ZSEV is 44 kWh. Tata having the battery capacity is 33. Another version is 30 kWh. So single charge will take 44 units for MG ZSEV. For Tata, it will take 33, 30. Again, another vehicle of Tata is having a less capacity, so it will take the less units. But AC charging from the charger, there is a limitation of the BMS. Means BMS will allow only maximum the capacity allowed by the BMS. If you connect 22 kilowatt AC charger, it will not take. MG ZSEV will take only 7.4 kilowatt of the charging. As far as Tata will take only 3.2 kilowatt of charging AC. DC is a fast charger. You can charge the vehicle by using a DC charger, that is the fast charger. That fast chargers needs to be required to be the very huge power. So right now we are trying to make such a unit so that we can run the DC power, DC charges, which will charge by using the solar power. The cars can be easily charged by using a fast charger. But as far as the number of the vehicles are concerned, the two-wheeler segment is the more as compared to the four-wheelers. everywhere you see the petrol price is hike everywhere. So solar based EV charging stations is having a lot of scope everywhere. So there is no restrictions for putting the EV charging. You can easily set up the station at the parking area. You can set up at near shop also. You can only you need the space to park the vehicle. So and if you have the roof, you can use the solar panel. Additional one more thing I want to mention over here is government is also supporting to provide the public stations. They are providing a special meter. It is called the EV charging station meter. That meters having a very less tariff. In night time, they will charge only minus 1.5 rupees per unit. So if you charge the vehicle in night time, there will be the less charge, means minus charge. In daytime, it is around in the range of 4 to 5 rupees. As you well aware, the our current foreign exchange on petroleum import is very high. All of you are well aware regarding this, and the maximum usages of the 2 and 4 wheelers which are running on the Indian roads, basically. Again, you well aware regarding the vehicles and the pollution. I'm not going detail in that. I'm just informing you the two wheelers. Sorry, of the 54.67 lakhs non-transport vehicles, only 1.91 lakhs are LMVs, and the rest are the two wheelers which are on the road. This is a Bangalore radiation news. This is a alarming carbon footprint, the pollution what we created by using the two wheelers, four wheelers, or the fossil fuel we are using. The obvious solution is to make solar power as a motive power for the following reasons. The electrical vehicles in two wheelers category is well established from technical point of view, and the cost of the solar panel is very less than rupees 5. Solar off-grid system is one of the best solution for the two wheelers, and it is very easily assembled. Within one day also we can assemble this solar charging station. So going ahead, plugging the future in the electric vehicles. See, this type of the stations, I'll just explain you the technologies of the various chargers available across the world. This is the green future energy from sun. Solar may be the world's largest source of electricity by 2050. See, like this, we can generate the power. We can export the power to the transmission lines. Then again, EV car charging stations, load. Here, for every charger, there is a software. So to charge a car or any vehicle, you need a software to switch on the charger. Without software, you cannot charge the vehicle. So that type of solutions we are also developing. These are the standard EV charging standards. In India right now, the CCS Combo 2 is all the cars are using. The Tata, Nexon, Hyundai, Kone, all are using the CCS Combo. It's a fast charger. CharDemo, this is another charging standard protocol that in future Maruti will use. So CharDemo is a very fast charging method. So Maruti car, depending on its battery, it will get very quickly charged. In say around 10-15 minutes, it will get fast charge. This technology adopted by the Maruti Suzuki. In Europe also, the CCS standard is everywhere. Tesla also using the CCS standard. These are the various types of the chargers. You just see everywhere you visit this type of the chargers, you can easily see. This is the small one, AC. This is AC charger. Again, this is AC charger. This we can, number one, we can power up by solar. Number two, also we can power up by solar. DC chargers, which are DC wall box. Now see, the Tata installed in India, I think more than 1,000 stations. They all are using this DC wall box 25 kilowatt. So this will charge the car at a very fast rate. So this is a very useful charger right now in India. Maximum places this charger is installed. In home charging solutions, up to 3.3 kilowatt, we can easily run the charger in a daytime by using a solar power. For 7.4 kilowatt, we cannot run directly because we need the investment part more. So for this, we can use on-grid type of solar system, which will feed to the grid, and you can use this charger. I'm using this charger. I feed to the grid. My current consumption is, means meter shows my current reading is minus 2000. Means MSCB needs to pay me to 2000 of unit. That much of power I exported to the grid. So I can charge the around 3-4 vehicles daily. Then also the export of the power is more. Accordingly, I have designed the system. So the few I mentioned the vehicles names also: Mahindra E Verito, Hyundai Kona, Maruti WagonR R. It's not arrived in the market, but in future it will come. Nissan. These are the AC chargers, but 7 kilowatt to 22 kilowatt chargers that will support only if the BMS is compatible with these chargers or not. So MG ZS EV will only support up to 7 kilowatt or 7.4 kilowatt. 22 kilowatt you cannot connect because the BMS will not accept. Here the network is also all chargers having the network Ethernet, Bluetooth, cellular on WAN. So any app can be connected to this charger. You can insert a SIM in charger, or it can be connected through to a Wi-Fi, and you can communicate through the app. You will come to know whether that charger is working, if that charger is busy. Charger location you can find out by using the app. Tata made a very nice app. Other 3-4 apps are also very nice. They are very easily trackable. But Tata have done the good initiative for the installation of these charging stations. This is a Bharat charger. Bharat charger DC001. This you will see in near petrol pumps and all. These are used for the fleets. These are the DC charger 30 kilowatt. So about 25 kilowatt. This is one more charger of the. There are 2 points of 15 kilowatt each. So small output voltages vehicles can be charged by using this charging method. And this is the most popular right now, the charger which is available, which we are planning to run by using the solar. We are trying, yet not successful, because this requires a huge power. This is again the 50 kilowatt charger. Again, the BMS compatibility matters for charging of this charger. This all types, why I'm telling you this type, all types of these chargers are in future, we can connect to the solar, so we can save the electricity. Government is also promoting the incentives by providing the public stations. So if you install a public station, naturally the rate of the tariff is less. So for higher range charges, you can use the public stations charging system. So you can take the advantage of that by using the higher charges, and MSCDCL or the utility based companies meters we can use for using this charges power. 350 kilowatt of the power chargers are available. In Germany, 200 kilowatts chargers are already installed. And this charge integration is also possible, means grid management. Like that, just we can switch on the car by using our mobile phone. We'll come to know the charge status of the car on the mobile phone. Like that, we can monitor all the parameters, how the power is coming. The solar is also having the good apps. We can integrate the solar plus EV charges. So you'll come to know if the solar is giving 2 kilowatt of power and your charger is 3 kilowatt, it will draw 1 kilowatt from the grid only. So you have to pay only 1 kilowatt of the grid charge. Like that, the system we can integrate. So my intention is to encourage the students to make such a type of apps, or they can call also the madam having my number. So I'll explain you what type of the future requirement is there in means every area. This type of requirement is there. So I request everybody to join the hands, and we can change the total electrical charging system by using by maximum using of solar power. Some business offerings are also there. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Sir, we are getting questions from YouTube Live. One question is related with, sir, your home is solar electrified. So have you faced any difficulty related to this?
No, madam. I'm using the electrical car from last 1 year. I ran around 25,000 of kilometers. I have not faced a single problem in means on road. I drive max up to 700 kilometers, say around in 35 to 40 hours. You need to do a proper charge management, and you have to go. So there will not be any worries.
And sir, which are the difficulties occur in on-grid solar power charging stations for electric vehicles?
No, on-grid charging stations, for on-grid charging stations, means to install on-grid charging stations, at least you need that much of consumption. Because I am having that much of consumption, that's why I use 20 kilowatt of system at my home. So my daily all ACs are working. We are charging around, we are having 8 to 10 electrical vehicles. Right now we have purchased Mahindra, that utility vehicle, 3-wheeler, that is also charging on the solar. So we slowly changing all our vehicles. So if you have that much of vehicles and if you are able to charge, then I don't have to pay for a single rupee for the charging. Otherwise, if you charge a full car in a station, they will charge you 800 rupees for full charge of the MG ZSEV. For Tata Nexon, it will take around 550 to 600 rupees.
Samarthya, you can unmute yourself and ask your question. Samarthya,
hello, sir.
Hi, yes.
Sir, I am Samarthya Surya from SYPS.
Yes, sir.
Sir, my doubt is that, sir, more time will be consumed for charging, right?
Yeah, for slow charging, more time is required.
Sir, how much time means?
Sir, see, for I'll just give the example. MG ZSEV having a battery of 44 kWh. So 2 kilowatt charger will take 22 hours to charge the full battery. You are getting?
Yes, ma'am, sir.
And see, but the battery is always not empty. you are inside petrol or diesel, it is not all the time the empty. If you want to go at Pune, you'll put only 1,000 rupees of diesel. Accordingly, you can do the charge management.
Sir, we can we use the exchange battery thing? Like if we have empty.
See, for two-wheelers, those battery voltages are less. We can use additional batteries. But for four-wheelers, the battery voltage is dangerous. Means it's more than 450 volts around. So it's very difficult to handle also. It is a life-threatening thing to change the or replace the batteries of the cars. For two-wheelers, three-wheelers, those are removable batteries. We can easily keep the standby batteries and we can go ahead. Say approximately 80 kilometers a vehicle is going. We made a one cycle which used to go up to 60 kilometers single charge. The battery is of 24 volt. So we can keep two batteries simultaneously. So we'll go more than 100 kilometers. But that can be possible only if the battery voltage is less, because the risk is very less. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, please.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Sir, can we use solar panel on EV because so it can charge on while going or
the panel size is so big right now, and the weight is also very high. So on roof of the car, it is not possible because the car requires a huge power to charge. Huge power is required.
But sir, most of the time people when go to office, the car is standing in parking.
That's why I'm telling you now, for bigger chargers, naturally the solar panels will be required, will be the bigger. Naturally the investment will be the more. So for bigger DC chargers, best option is to go for the utility company meters. They are providing at a very cheap rate. They are providing the power at 4 rupees per unit, and night time they are giving minus 1.5. If you charge vehicle after 12 a.m. to 6 a.m., minus 1.5 charge is there.
Yes, sir.
So that will be useful for the bigger charge, and you can charge the vehicle in very less time. This what we are suggesting right now. We are taking into scenario the two-wheelers which are moving from one place to another, and they required the charging at various places. So that charging stations we are making on solar based, so that you can save the power also, and those who are installing, they will also get some money from that. Otherwise, the tariff for if you install the station at your commercial meter, the tariff will be of the commercial meter. So commercial reading is more than 15-18 rupees. If you place at your home,
there are now rules some changes for the charging system.
Then yes, madam, the rules are changed, but the tariff is as per meter. If you put charger at your home, your home tariff will be applicable for your charger. Your meter will not know whether you are charging the vehicle or you are using the AC.
Yes, sir.
So only for that, the public station is the only the good option for the bigger chargers. And for small chargers, we are insisting to go with the solar.
Yes, Tabin, do you have any question?
Yes, ma'am. I had one question. So, good afternoon, sir. I'm Tabin Katri from Electrical Power System Department.
Yeah.
I had one question, sir. Like you had installed one solar setup at your home through which you charge your vehicles, right?
Yeah.
Sir, so is it a rooftop setup or it is in a garden or something?
And it's a rooftop setup.
So, how much area it is? How many square meters?
See, right now the panel efficiency as well as the panel capacity is increased, keeping the panel size same. So in 100 square foot, now you can install 1.5 kilowatt of system. Initially, for 1 kilowatt, 100 square feet area is required. Now in same 100 square feet, we can install 1.5 kilowatt of solar. And the efficiency of the solar panel is also increased. Now the new technologies, solar panel is mono PERC. The cells used are mono PERC cells.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sir,
Madam,
yes, sir.
Manish want to ask some question.
Madam, my request to all students.
Yes, sir.
To initiate the software-based apps and integrate to the electronics. Such type of units having a very large scope all over the world. Because see, if you keep the solar based power point open at your building place or a shop place, anyone can come and charge their vehicle, so you will not come to know. So for controlling this, the software is required. So like that, if you integrate, only you have to share the location, you have to show the status of the charging station, whether it is busy, whether it is available, power is there or not, and the capacity of the charger. So it's having a very wide scope.
Definitely, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, a very sincere thank you for a wisdom and knowledge you shared during the session. The topic was very relevant in the current scenario of electric transportation.
Yeah.
So
Actually,
sure,
madam, I have not entered in a deeply in the technical because I just want to brief the current scenario of the electrical market and the future scope that I want to just explain. So for technical, anyone can contact me. I will explain him how to integrate and all, and it's very easy. Those who are having the basic electrical or electronics knowledge, they can easily integrate such type of system. It's very easy.
So I'm sure it must trigger our young minds of students. So thank you very much, sir, for such a wonderful session.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you so
sir.
much.
And congratulations for receiving national award. And now we are very eager to visit your house.
Yeah. Most welcome, madam. Most welcome. Yeah.
It's very inspiring that you have turned your vehicles in electric.
Yeah, you will see all our the cars and all the two-wheelers of green plates over here in this building. Only single building in, I think, in New Mumbai having maximum of EVs over here.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
I request all of you, can you please switch on your camera so that I will take a screenshot of this moment.
Inspiring, actually.
Students, you can also switch on your camera.
Madam, you may be knowing Swati is your student. Madam.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Now let me introduce our next speaker, Mr. Vivek Chowdhury, Station Controller, Maha Metro, Nagpur. Mr. Vivek Chowdhury is currently working as Station Controller, and along with that, he is pursuing his PhD from Visvesvaraya National Institute of Technology, Nagpur. Previously, he was working as Assistant Professor in KDK College of Engineering, Nagpur, and MIET, Bandara. The key competencies of Mr. Vivek Chowdhury includes BTMS, electric vehicles, battery pack, regeneration, and energy cycle. He completed his ME from Government Engineering College, Karat, and BE from Yashwantrao Chavan College of Engineering, Nagpur. The research publications of Mr. Vivek Chowdhury are Numerical Investigation of Thermal Behavior in Journal of Energy Storage, Numerical Analysis of Different fin structures in Journal of Heat and Mass. He also published a review on the effect of heat generation in Journal of Energy Storage and comparing performance of nanofluids of metals and non-metals as coolants in IJARSC. Please find the Google Scholar link of Mr. Vivek Chowdhury on the screen. So now I request you to share your views on the topic battery management system, BTMS. I welcome you, Mr. Vivek Chowdhury.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
My voice is clear?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay, I'm just sharing my screen first. So, screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, it's properly visible.
I'm grateful that VPM Polytechnic Thane, that they allow me to deliver a guest lecture on battery management system and battery thermal management system. I am Vivek Chowdhury, working as a station controller in Maharashtra Metro Rail Corporation Limited, Nagpur. At the same time, I am doing my PhD in Department of Mechanical Engineering in VNIT Nagpur. So before dealing, I will start my presentation. So we will discuss in this presentation. We will discuss about the battery management system, that is basics of lithium-ion battery, then fundamentals of the battery pack development, then heat generation, uh, how this heat is developed within a battery pack. Then we'll discuss about thermal runaway development, how the battery pack is developed. Then what is the thermal management system, which is why this is needed, why the thermal management system is needed, and how it is being provided. The numerical modeling, and finally some comments. So we all know that today's world is extremely relying on the supply of energy, and the demand of energy is increasing day by day. According to International Energy Outlook 2019, the energy demand is increasing, and this energy demand is particularly higher in those countries where the economic growth rate is higher. We also know the depletion of fossil fuel and the emission of greenhouse gases in the environment, then global warming effect, which is also increasing day by day. So the solution for the same is the renewable sources of energy like solar energy, wind energy, geothermal energy, and biomass energy. But the main problem for all these that the amount that is the energy provided by all these sources which are non-uniform type. So what we have to store such type of energy. So for storing purpose, we are having a battery so that we can provide a uniform energy source at the output. So there are various batteries which are available in the market, like lead acid battery, we all know, then nickel cadmium, then nickel metal hydride, then zinc here, then sodium sulfur, then lithium ion. So if we compare the various parameters like specific energy and specific power, so among all these batteries, we can see clearly that the lithium ion battery is having the highest specific energy. At the same time, it is having the highest specific power. That is the main reason why we are using a lithium ion battery in electric vehicle. So at the same time, the voltage which is provided by the lithium ion battery is higher, which is 4.1 volt. Then again, cycle life, that how much time we can use these batteries. So cycle life is again higher. But the main issue is the cost. So cost is comparatively higher if we use the lithium ion battery. At the same time, if we look at the self discharge, so self discharge rate is comparatively lower in case of lithium ion battery. So we can store such type of battery comparatively for a higher time as compared to other battery, then it is less toxic. So firstly, we need to compare the difference between what is the specific energy and specific power. So what do you mean by specific energy? Specific energy means the capacity of a battery. So means how much range the battery can provide. So higher the specific energy, higher will be the capacity, higher the kilometer will be provided by the battery which is available in a electric vehicle. Then what is specific power? Specific power means the how much load we can how much load we can what is the maximum load that capability of a battery. Higher the specific power, higher will be the loading capability of a battery. So this is the main difference between the specific energy and specific power, and both specific energy and specific power are higher if you use the lithium ion battery. Among various types of batteries available in the market, lithium ion batteries having higher specific energy and higher specific power. At the same time, voltage is again higher. Advanced lithium-ion batteries are broadly used in like application like telecommunication, transportation, automotive, aerospace industries. We all know that most of the industries are shifting from internal combustion engine to electric vehicles. We all know the Tata Motors, they have launched the vehicles like Tigor, then Nexon, then recently they have launched Curve. So most of the internal combustion engine which already existed, they are moving toward the electrical vehicle now, and it is forecasted that the electric vehicle will have a share of about 15 to 30% of the total vehicle in next 5 to 15 years. This may may be higher. So, but the main issue, if we use the battery in an electric vehicle, so main issue is the aging of a battery, then thermal runaway. This is related to the higher temperature of a battery, then the cost which is associated with the battery, again safety issue, then e-waste disposal of such battery when it is of no use. So these are some critical factors which are limiting the use of such battery in an electric vehicle. Also, recently some batteries get catches fire. We all know that electric scooter from Jitendra electric vehicle has been catches fire while it is transporting from one place to another. So all these factors are very critical. So many industries are looking onto this. At the same time, government is also like Niti Aayog CEO Amitabh Kant recently said that EV makers should recall a batch if one of their vehicle get catches fire. So this batch should be recall again. So government is also forming some collaboration and some looking into this all this accident which is recently happening. So in the operation of a battery system, high temperature and temperature uniformity are the two important factors which affects the performance of a battery system. So ideal conditions for the lithium-ion battery is between 15 to 40 degrees Celsius. So we need to operate such batteries between 15 to 40 degrees Celsius, and the temperature difference between the cells should lie within 5 degrees Celsius. So this temperature difference means the temperature of individual cells. So this temperature difference should not be above 5 degrees Celsius. So what will happen if the temperature difference is higher? One of the cell may get higher temperature, other cell may have lower temperature. So this creates a temperature uniformity. So some cells which are having higher temperature may get damaged earlier, although other cells are in good condition. So we need to replace such battery pack if some cells are get damaged and other cells, although other cells are in good condition. So there is a necessity to develop a thermal management system for such safety working of an electric vehicle with high efficiency. So this is the ideal operating conditions for battery. I have earlier said that temperature should be between 15 to 40 degrees Celsius. At the same time, the voltage should be between 2 to 4 volt. This is the ideal condition for a lithium-ion battery. So this is a working mechanism of lithium-ion battery. So what happening during charging? Whatever the lithium-ion which are present at the cathode are moving from cathode to anode. So at the same time, this electron will move from anode to cathode. So these lithium ion are present in an intercalated layer. So every company says that we should not discharge our battery below 20%. What will happen if we discharge our battery below 20%? Whatever the lithium ion which are present within anode, because these lithium ion are present in between the layers. If we discharge the battery fully, all the lithium ion will get transferred from the anode to the cathode, and this layer will get overlapped. So that may damage our battery. So this is always concern. So every company always advise that our battery should not discharge below 20%. So that is the main reason behind this. So this is the basic mechanism. What is happening? How these lithium ion are transferring from cathode to anode during charging, and while discharging, vice versa is happening. That is lithium ion which is present at the anode will get transferred to the cathode. So these are the main components, which is anode, cathode, then separator, electrolyte. We all know that is these are the main components of a lithium ion battery. These are the material which are used in a lithium ion battery. So cathode material, if we can observe, that is lithium cobalt oxide, which are used in portable phones and cameras. I have already at the same time I have share here that is what is the capacity and the total heat involved if we use the lithium cobalt. So our main focus is on lithium, nickel, cobalt, manganese, which is used in an electric vehicle. At the same time, lithium ferrous phosphate, whose capacity is 160 and total evolved heat is about 520. So these are the two main material which are used as a cathode in an lithium ion battery, which is used in electric vehicle. So these are the fundamentals of a battery pack, what we should consider while designing a battery pack. So we need to consider the electrical design, then thermal design, then how this mechanical design, then battery management system. So in electrical design, we need to consider the parameters like what is the capacity of a battery, which is the capacity of a battery required for a particular system, then voltage requirement, then current requirement, then it should avoid this electrical distance should avoid the short circuit. If the short circuit is happening, it may catch fire, so it may catches fire the battery. At the same time, it should provide the efficient power. So these are the parameters that we should consider while designing a battery. These are the electrical components. Then during thermal design, we need to consider the pack should provide the higher thermal efficiency. Then it should avoid thermal accident if the temperature are higher, may go so it may catches fire battery. At the same time, if the temperature go above 40 degrees Celsius, the components in an like electrode, cathode may get damaged, which I have shown in the next slide. Then higher cell or battery pack life. Then during mechanical design, we need to consider the safe structure for extreme condition. At the same time, cost, productivity, and its reliability. Then it should be easy to assemble, disassemble. At the same time, it should be compact, lightweight, because if it increase the weight, ultimately it will increase the cost. It should compact means its size should be smaller, as small as possible. Then in BMS design, what BMS does, it looks after the mechanical design, electrical design, and thermal management system. So it maintains the cell and pack voltage, current and temperature limits. Then it maintains the safety within a battery pack. Then it controls the thermal system and also communicates all these systems which are associated within a system. So I'm basically focusing on thermal design of a battery. So why we need thermal management? So we all know the battery pack temperature should be between 15 to 40 degrees Celsius. If this high temperature impacts your electrochemistry reaction, that is electrolyte which is present within a battery pack, it also decreases your efficiency, then charge acceptance rate, then power and energy availability. It also affects the safety and reliability and decreases the life cycle. So thermal management of a electric vehicle mainly classified into two types, that is high temperature and low temperature. Basically, I am concentrating only on high temperature in this presentation. So high temperature have certain effect on capacity. At the same time, it has effect on your electrode material, that is cathode, then effect on anode, effect on electrolyte present within an electrolyte, then effect on separator. So to avoid this or to provide a solution for the same, we need to provide the cooling techniques. So different cooling techniques are presently used. Number one is air cooling, which is provided by the fan or the blower. Then different liquid coolants are used to provide the cooling. Then phase change material, then force air cooling with different cell arrangement and different fan location. Then by varying the gap spacing and by varying the mass flow rate, we can also provide the thermal management system. So what is the effect on cathode? If the temperature of a battery gets higher, so it will affect on a cathode. So it will degrade your cathode electrode. So why this cathode is degrading? It is due to the formation of surface film, which is formed at the cathode. So presence of surface film, which lowers the your reaction rate. Reaction rate means, as we know, the lithium ion are transporting from cathode to anode. During charging and during discharging, it is again transferring from anode to cathode. So so such heat generation will lower the transfer rate of lithium ion from from one cathode to anode or anode to cathode. This will decrease your charge transfer rate. So if the degradation, such degradation percentage rises up to 1.21% for lower number of cycles, but as we if we are using a number of cycle for higher number of cycles, so this degradation percentage is higher at about 25 to 55 degrees Celsius. So this may again higher if we use for more number of cycles such battery. At the same time, there is the effect on anode, that is the formation of solid electrolyte interface at the anode. So again, this will decrease your charge transfer rate. So this will be again higher for higher if we use our battery pack for higher number of cycles. At the same time, it will have an effect on our electrolyte, because if we, since we are using LiPF6, which will as a electrolyte, which will be decomposed into LiF and PF5, and among these PF5 is a strong acid which will form hydrofluoride and POF3, which is a corrosive and poisonous in nature. At the same time, between 90 to 120 degrees Celsius, solid electrolyte interface will get decomposed, and it will act as an exothermic reaction and will release heat. So with the rise in temperature, such lithium ion will react with the electrolyte, and above 200 degrees Celsius, this electrolyte will get decomposed, and a large amount of gases will be released within a battery. So at the same time, there is effect on the separator also. If the such separator started melting above 140 degrees Celsius, if the separator get melted, so it will block the flow of lithium ion from one electrode to the other, that is from anode to cathode or cathode to anode. So your battery functioning will get stopped above 140 degrees Celsius once your separator will get melted. At the same time, there is the effect on our capacity of a battery. At higher temperature, the capacity will get vanished. So there is a loss of 4% at lower cycle rate, and it is up to 20 to 65% when we move from 70 number of cycles to 140 number of cycles. Again, these numbers will be higher if we use a battery at a higher temperature. Then again, there is the effect of thermal runaway on a battery if you use the battery at a higher temperature. So thermal runaway in a lithium ion battery is occurred. This may be occurred due to the overcharging of a battery. It also occurred due to the internal short circuit, which is occurring within a battery, then due to crushing and or overheating. So I have shown here one picture here. So thermal runaway is mainly occurring due to the overcharging, over discharge, then due to the internal short circuit, so and overheating. So this will create a rise in temperature within a battery pack. What will it create? It will swells your battery, can create a vent, rupture, and finally it will get fire. So these are the different stages if we charge a battery between 0 to 1 SOC. SOC means state of charge. So this is the condition of a battery. If we increase the charging of a battery between 1.2 to 1.4, it will get swells. And if we go above 1.6, it will get some fumes are released from the electrode, and above that it will get catches fire. So these are the different state of charge occurring within a battery pack. These are the different stages of a fire propagation, what will happen at different times. So basically, this is the picture how this heat generation affects the battery pack or affect the battery. Generally, aluminum current collector is provided at the cathode, and copper current collector is provided at the anode. These because they have aluminum current collector have stability at higher potential, that is why it is provided at the cathode. At the same time, copper current collector have stability at lower potential, that is why it is provided at the anode. So these are the different effects which creates effects on the individual components which is provided within the battery. So mainly there are two types of heat which is generated within a battery. Number one is reversible heat, and number two is irreversible heat. So mainly reversible heat is generated due to the intercalation and de-intercalation. But this intercalation means the transfer of lithium ions from the cathode to the anode, at the same time from the anode to the cathode. So such transfer of such lithium ion from one electrode to the other electrode creates the reversible heat. Then other is irreversible heat. Such irreversible heat within a battery is generated due to ohmic heat loss. that is I square R. Then resistance of solid electrolyte interface, that is interface which is formed at the anode and at the cathode. Such interface causes a resistance to the due to charge transfer. Such resistance will create a heat. At the same time, it will also provide a resistance to the due to diffusion. So there are basically two types of heat generation, that is reversible and irreversible heat. So these are created by such factors. So firstly, if we discuss the reversible heat, so it is generated at the cathode and anode electrode. So such reversible heat is increases if we increase the charging rate from 1C to 2C. Then it decreases if we add 3C. This is endothermic or exothermic type. So this is not a big concern, that is reversible heat. Yeah, I have shown here which can be calculated, that is Q reversible, that is IT T is temperature differential of EOC, that is entropic heat coefficient. So if we observe for a complete cycle, that is entropic heat coefficient, I have shown here different values. So for a complete cycle, it has a very small values and it can be neglected. So generally for HEV and EV, such reversible heat are neglected. Our main concern is the irreversible heat. So which is generated at the electrode, electrolyte, and current collector, which is and such amount of irreversible heat generation is about more than 70%, and it increases if we increase the charging rate at the same time discharging rate. So which can be calculated, and it is exothermic heat, which can be calculated by using for that is I square R. I is current and R is internal resistance within a battery. So if we increase the charging rate, I will be higher, that is square of I. So amount of heat which is generated within a battery will get, it means the amount of heat generated within a battery is directly proportional to the square of the current. So if you increase the current to, that is the square of the current will increase your heat generation. So this is most important among, that is reversible heat and irreversible heat. We need to, our main concern is to control this irreversible heat which is generated within a battery. Just for example, I have taken here, that is vehicle dynamics of a two-wheeler. In that I have considered aerodynamic drag, then rolling resistance, climbing force, acceleration force. These are the various formula how we calculate the different types of forces which is acting on a vehicle, and how we calculate the energy consumed by a vehicle, and that I have shown in the slide. So we can go through these different types of formulas I have shown here. So basically, four types of forces which is acting on a vehicle, that is aerodynamic drag, then climbing force, rolling resistance, and acceleration force. I have shown one example how these forces are calculated and it is generated within the battery. So these are the different parameters I have considered here. Two-wheeler mass I have considered range of typical, that is 658 meter. Then different parameters, that is wheel radius 0.828, different regeneration factors I have shown here. This is a typical Indian drive cycle which we use generally. This is for a two-wheeler. Accordingly, I have calculated one calculation I have shown here, that is how much amount of traction force is created if we consider a two-wheeler, amount of traction torque, then amount of traction power, then maximum traction power, then the energy consumed without regeneration. If we provide a regeneration of about 0.2, what is the effect on a given vehicle? That is the amount of power required for a given vehicle. So these are different parameters which I have shown here. That is, if we use if we calculate the energy consumed of a two-wheeler without regeneration, it is about 15.38 watt-hour per kilometer. So this is the amount of power which will be required. So such amount of power should be provided by our battery pack. So accordingly, by using this, suppose for a two-wheeler, we need to provide a prismatic or cylindrical cell. It should be about 48 volt to 72 volt. And it's generally the cell configuration which are used within any battery pack. It should be between, that is 3.7 volt and 2.5 ampere hours. So accordingly, which I have shown in the earlier slide, that is the amount of energy consumed, that is 15.38. So on that basis, I have one shown here, one battery pack which will be where MPNS should be used. That is 10 cells are connected in parallel and 15 cells are connected in series. Again, one point we should note here, that is the number of cells which are connected in parallel should be minimum, because if we connect more number of cells in parallel, because in parallel we all know the current will get added. If more current is added, more will be the current loss. So one point should all to be noted, that the number of cells which are connected in parallel should be minimum, so that the current losses which is occurring within a battery pack should be minimum. I have shown here one heat load calculation, how this heat is generated within a battery pack. Then if we use different, I have shown here a different C rate, that is 0.5, then 1, 2, 3, 4. So for 0.5, the cycle time is about 2 hours, that is 7200 seconds. If you consider a 1C rate, the cycle time is about 360, that is 1 hour. Then for 2C rate, if I consider, it will be half hour. Then for 3C, it will be 1200 seconds. Then for 4C, it will be 900 seconds. So accordingly, I have shown here the amount of current and voltage which is occurring within a battery, then internal resistance. So if we see for a single battery, the heat generated at 0.5 C, it is about 0.04. If you compare the same amount, that is heat which is generated at 4C, it is about 3 watt. So this is for a single cell. So as we know that during battery pack development for a given two-wheeler that we have considered here, so 10P, that is 10 cells should be connected in parallel and 15 cells should be connected in series. So 10 into 15, it is about 150. So by considering this 150 number of cells, the total heat generated at 0.5 C, it is about only 7 watt. But at the same time, if we increase the charging or discharging rate, such heat which is generated within a battery pack is about 450. So such a large amount of heat which is generated within a battery pack. So the energy, if we compare the energy lost by the battery pack as a heat, so I have considered here for a time for if we discharge a battery from 100% to 20%. So time I have shown here. So heat lost by the battery pack, heat lost by the pack. So if we compare for 0.5 C, so heat loss by the pack is about 40.5 kilojoule. At the same time, at higher charging or discharging rate, that is at 4C, so such heat loss by the pack is about 324. So almost such a large amount of heat is lost by the pack. So I have shown percentage of energy lost as a heat. So at 0.5 C, the amount of percentage of energy lost as a heat is about only 1%. So if you increase such charging or discharging rate, so it may increase up to 8%. So from so as we go on increasing the charging and discharging rate, so the amount percentage of energy which is lost as a heat is going to increase. So somewhere we need to optimize because if we use the lower charging or discharging rate, it will take higher time to charge our battery. But at the same time, if we increase the charging or discharging rate, the amount of energy which is lost as a heat is also increasing. So we need to consider all these factors while designing a battery pack for a given electric vehicle. So for the same, we need to provide different thermal management systems. So basically there are air cooling, then liquid cooling, phase change material cooling, then hybrid cooling. So there are different thermal management system which is used. So one example, that is air cooling. That is the experimental setup for air cooling, which mainly involves, that is, battery supply. Then data logger, means data logger will collect all the information. Then computer will collect all your data there. So this is the basic temperature contours for, if you observe here, the amount of temperature, the higher temperature are collected within a battery pack. So why this happening? Because this is due to the mutual heating. The cells which are present at the interior of a cell will have a higher temperature. So that is why we need to dissipate such amount of it which is collected at the interior of a cell. So this is the main motto while designing of any battery. When we provide battery thermal management system, our main motto is to dissipate such amount of heat which is collected at the interior of a battery. So this is due to the mutual heating which is occurred within a battery. So again, one example shown here, if we provide a fan at the top, what will happen? So this mutual heating will get avoided. The heat which is collected within a battery pack, with the use of fan, this heat will dissipated at the outer cells which are within a battery pack. I have earlier I have already said that the temperature difference within a battery pack should be less than 5 degrees Celsius. So if the temperature difference should be is higher, what will happen? The cells which are at the interior of the cell will have a higher temperature, will get damaged earlier. Although the cells which are present at the outer cell are in a good conditions. So what will happen in such cases? We need to replace such battery packs. So to avoid this, we need to provide the we need to avoid such heat collection which is present at the interior of the cell. So we need to dissipate such amount of heat at the outer cell. So this is the different arrangement where fan is provided at the top, or if we vary the cell distance. So this is how this is affected, how this affects on the temperature uniformity within a battery pack. This is again one different arrangement where the cooling plates and a copper mesh with one fan, where on one side a fan is provided, at the same time in second two fans are provided. Again, the location of a fan is also important, where we should provide such fans. One example I have shown here. If we see two images, that is A side, B side. For A side, the temperature is lower, so location of a fan we are providing within a battery pack is also important. We can't provide at any place such fans. Then the number of fans should be considered. We all know that if you increase the number of fans, the temperature will be lower, but at the same time it will also increase your cost of a battery, because number of increasing it will require higher number of higher power, so it will increase your cost operation cost. This is one arrangement I have shown here, how these batteries are arranged, and in between, if we venting holes, if we see the venting holes are provided for providing a battery thermal management system. So to cool such battery where the temperature are higher, different temperature controls can be provided using a air distribution pipe. So if you increase the size of hole, that is the diameter of a hole, can decrease your temperature within a battery pack, but at the same time it is also increasing the space of a battery pack. So at this, so we need to optimize all these parameters. So we all know that if we increase the more number of holes, at the same time if we increase the diameter of a hole, it will decrease your temperature, but at the same time we need to consider the space of a battery pack, because if the space of a battery pack will increase, it will increase your weight. At the same time it will increase, ultimately it will increase your cost. These are the different arrangements which can be used, that is aligned arrangements, then staggered arrangement, then cross arrangement, which are used within a battery pack. Yeah, these are I have summarized all these air cooling which used by the different researchers. So our main motto is to minimize is to maintain the temperature between 15 to 40 degrees Celsius, and the temperature difference should be within 5 degrees Celsius. So different researchers have used different structures. So I have shown here what they are getting, that is the maximum temperature what they are getting if they use aligned structure, if they use staggered structure. So this is the basic maximum temperature and temperature difference I have shown here. Different air cooling arrangement used by the different researchers I have summarized here. Same. Then firstly we will go through the liquid cooling. So such type of liquid cooling arrangement are shown and can be used for cooling a battery system. Such systems are used. Then liquid cool battery thermal management system using thermally conductive structure, where if you increase the height, so such temperature management can be provided. Then coolant flow within a channel. So inlet temperature also have important factor, how much the coolant which we are providing for a thermal management system. The inlet temperature of a coolant is also important. If the temperature is 15 degrees Celsius, the management the battery pack will have higher temperature if we provide a higher lower temperature. This is the basic. This is another arrangement where we can through this channel we can insert the coolants and can provide thermal can dissipate the heat which is created within a battery. Again, I have summarized some of the researchers that they have used in their system, the maximum temperature what they are getting and the temperature difference what they are getting within their system. So these are the different arrangements which are used by the different researchers in their system. So one what we should look into this, that is the air convection system is generally very poor and cannot meet the requirement of a long range hybrid electric vehicle. Again, if you look into the liquid cooling methods, which are quite expensive and have higher operating cost, since it is consuming more power. If we increase the mass flow rate, it will increase the power and electricity of a system. At this, many of the industries are moving to use the phase change material, because the phase change material which is available in a passive or semi-passive thermal management system. So these material can store heat in the form reversibly in the form of your sensible heat and latent heat. We all know that the amount of latent heat is comparatively higher as compared to sensible heat. So it can dissipate more amount of heat if you use phase change material as compared to the air cooling and liquid cooling, because the amount of during latent heat, that is the phase, will get changed, so more amount of heat can be dissipated. So phase change, generally the air or liquid cooling were used in a thermal management system, but these methods I have earlier said that is quite expensive and have higher operating costs. So phase change material can be used, can act as an alternative for such system. This material can store heat in the latent as well as in the sensible form. But the main issue of using such phase change material is their low thermal conductivity. If you use if we insert a phase change material within a battery pack, it is having low thermal conductivity. So their continuous efforts were taken to increase the thermal conductivity of a phase change material by inserting some expanded graphite, some metal foam, carbon fiber within a PCM. Because we all know that if you use the phase change material, the latent heat, the amount of heat which is dissipated by the phase change material is comparatively higher due to the involvement of the latent heat. So that is why most of the researchers were taking efforts to increase their thermal. So once the thermal conductivity will increase, so it will have more advantages of using such phase change material. So this phase change material is generally classified into solid PCM, then solid liquid PCM, solid gas PCM, then liquid gas PCM. This solid liquid PCM is generally used, which is again classified into organic, inorganic, then eutectic PCM. Inorganic, if we can observe different types of PCM which are used within a battery pack, that is paraffin, ester, fatty acid, alcohol, and glycol. And the nature of such organic PCM is that it is stable, inert, and it is the main advantage is it is non-corrosive. Yeah, it is flammable and it is having I have already discussed that is the thermal conductivity of phase change material is very poor. So this is the main issue to that the thermal conductivity of phase change material is comparatively lower. So the efforts were taken, most of the researchers were working on that to increase the thermal conductivity. Then how this PCM will get selected? It is basically on the basis of thermal property, physical, chemical, kinetic. So during thermal property, what we need to consider the thermal conductivity. What is the thermal conductivity of phase change material? What is its latent heat, and how much amount of it can be transferred during in physical property? We need to consider small variation in volume, because if the expansion is higher, your battery gets fails. So this point should be considered. The phase change material which we are using within a battery pack, it should have small variation. Then it should have small vapor pressure and it should have higher density. Then chemical property, in chemical property we need to consider it should be non-inflammable, because it gets if it is flammable, then so ultimately your battery will get catches fire. Then it should be non-toxic, non-corrosive. Then it should be compatible with the construction material, whatever the material of a electrode, that is cathode and anode, it should be compatible with this. What will happen if it is not compatible? It will get react with this, so may other reaction may get happen. So it should be compatible with the construction material. Then kinetic property, that is it should have minimum supercooling. So different phase change material which is used in within a battery pack I have shown here. Paraffin, different the phase change temperature and latent heat. Again, I have summarized the different phase change material on the basis of maximum temperature, what maximum temperature we are getting on the basis, and temperature difference. I think the time is. I will just summarize all this
Yes, sir.
in just 1 to 2 minutes. Yeah. So basically, what we need to provide a battery management system within a battery pack. So what it does, it controls the functional limits of a battery pack. It monitors the what is the temperature of a battery, what is the voltage of a battery, what is the current of a battery. Because if the temperature is higher, there should be something which something to monitor all this. Because if the temperature will higher, it will your battery may get catches fire. At the same time, I have already shown in the slide how the higher temperature affects the different components of a battery. Then it also benefit the life cycle cost. Such battery management system shows what is the state of the charge, which will show you how much range your vehicle can provide. Then state of health. Then it also shows the any past events or any incident which is happening within a battery pack. So battery pack sensors are provided in a battery management system. So where it shows the what is the condition or what is the voltage. So it provides the individual cell voltage, then critical input, then essential for what is the amount of safety, the protection should be provided. It also monitors the temperature within a battery, which includes the short-term cell performance, cell degradation. Then it also monitors the current. At the same time, it also provides isolation sensing. So in any electric vehicle, such battery management system, the working of a battery management system is very important because it monitors all the components. What is the current? What is the temperature which is reaching of a battery? Once the temperature is higher, your battery management system will show you. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Students, if you have any doubt, just raise your hands. Yes, Tabin, you can unmute and ask the question.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So I'm Taban Kadri from Electrical Power System Department.
Okay.
So my question is, we talked about the cooling techniques of batteries, right?
Yeah.
So what kind of cooling technique is used in high capacity electric vehicles?
Generally, liquid cooling are used in an industry basically because if you use a phase change material, I have shown in the slide that thermal conductivity of a phase change material is very low. So that is why most of the industries for higher capacity liquid cooling are used.
Sir, and for electric vehicles?
Yeah, I'm saying for the electric vehicle.
Okay, sir.
Excuse me, sir. I request everyone to switch on the camera so that we can take a photo. Please switch on your camera. Students can also turn it on. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Statistics says that the auto industry will change more in the next 5 years than it has in the last 50. It is assured that your session helped us to get updated with this change. Thank you for delivering such an amazing presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Mrs. Surabhi Shroff to welcome and introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Geeti ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all present here. It's my immense pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Anurag Patil, sir, Director Operation of Mastech Controls Limited. He is having 7+ years of business and technical experience. He also possesses domestic and international work experience. He is having strong analytical, interpersonal leadership and decision-making skills. His key skills also include financial planning for new business development, project planning and system development, sales, product and market analysis, customer relations and satisfaction. Currently, he is the Director Operation of EV Charging Division of Mastech Controls Private Limited from 2014. He is also Sales and Operational Manager of Industrial Charger Division. He works with various companies such as Corrosion Technology Service Limited UK as a site engineer. He also works as a trainee engineer with SRS Germany and Pipeline Maintenance Limited UK. Mr. Anurag Patil sir is the alumni of EPS department of VPM's Polytechnic. With his remarkable merit, he has completed MBA in Banking and Finance from University of Wales Trinity St. David. He also completed Business Administration from University of Wales. Unfortunately, today, due to some medical reason, he is not able to join us. So, on behalf of Anurag Patil sir, Unmesh Bhosle sir is giving us a demo on fast charging station. He has completed his mechanical engineering from Mumbai University. Currently, he is working as sales engineer in Mastech Controls. Over to you, sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much for giving me opportunity. Actually, Anurag sir wanted very badly to attend this seminar, but his health is not well. So that's why I'm here with you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so actually, I have done my mechanical engineering from Mumbai University, but anticipating huge demand and it have very good future for this industry. So I switched my profile from mechanical to electrical. So currently I'm yeah. So currently I'm working as a sales engineer and also site engineer in master controls technical site engineer. So I would just like to share my screen. Are you able to see? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so first I would like to introduce Mastec to you. So Mastec itself is a 27 years old company. So from past 27 years, they are into business of battery chargers, rectifiers, modular power and supply systems, SMPS, DC-DC converters, LT, HT panels, PCCs and MCCs, control relay protection panels, general protection panels, solar inverters, solar power plants, and cathodic protection devices. So they have huge experience in this field. So when EV was entering in Indian market, so Mastec was furious to they were very eager to catch the opportunity. So Mastec started to build their own charging stations. So in front of you, these are the AC chargers. This one is 7.2 kilowatt charger. So this is the journey of Mastec. So in 2016, we started R&D in EV products, and in 2017, we started assembly of AC and DC chargers. Means we were importing all the components from out of the India, and we were just assembling it here in India. Okay, so in 2018, our first batch of 60 kilowatt and 180 kilowatt GB chargers were we sold it to bus manufacturers and HRCT. It's Shimla road transport. We supplied them these chargers, and I'm very proud to say that those chargers we supplied in 2018 are still working very fine over there. In 2019, this year was we had very good year for us. So, we developed our own 30 kilowatt from 30 kilowatt to 80 kilowatt of chargers. We developed it on our own. Means in 2017 we were just importing the raw materials and we were just assembling it. But now we started we developed R&D was going on from since 2016, but in 2019 we were able to build our own controller and HMI system and many other parts also. And in 2020 we introduced ultra fast chargers for means these chargers are from 210 kilowatt to 360 kilowatt. These are usually used to charge heavy vehicles like buses and trucks, that too in ultra fast speed. So we developed those chargers in 2020. So this you can see is our assembly line. Actually, our plant is in manufacturing plant is in Jagav, which is in Maharashtra, and our corporate office is in Mulund. So you can see this is our charging assembly line, and these are just cabinets of the chargers. You can see in front of you, and this is our AC charger assembly line. So we assemble our AC chargers in this area. To success electric vehicles in anywhere, what you need is a charging infrastructure, because it takes at least 1 hour. Even if you charge one vehicle 0 to 90 in DC fast chargers, then it will take uh, at least 45 to 50 minutes. So you need good infrastructure in your area, or in your country, or in your state, to EV, to successfully electric vehicles. So for that, there are these four factors. First one is substation, from where you will get your electricity supply for your charging stations. Second major component is charger itself. So there are basically two different types of chargers. One is DC fast chargers, and other one is AC chargers. So in case of AC charger, every vehicle have its own onboard charger. Okay, you can't directly feed AC charging to battery. So you need to have one uh, onboard charger in your vehicle. So what it will do, it will receive the AC charging, AC current, it will convert it to DC, and it will feed the battery. But in case of DC chargers, you can directly feed DC power supply to your battery. So that's why you get charge faster. And AC onboard charger are limited to 3.3 kilowatt or 7.2 kilowatt, and max to max it is 22 kilowatt in high-end cars like Audi, BMW, and Mercedes. But in our normal chargers like Tata, Hyundai, there is a charger of 3.3 kilowatt or 7.2 kilowatt. But with the help of DC chargers, you can charge this vehicle at the speed of at least 25 kilowatt to up to 100 kilowatt. So that's why for the infrastructure, or to if we want to adapt EVs more faster, then DC chargers are the answer. So another part is electrical and civil contracting job. These DC chargers are IP54 55 rated. Yes. So they have input of their power from underneath, because you don't want to you don't want water to get inside your charger. That's why the and you also have to minimize the hazards or accidents, because those power lines are very powerful. You have to eliminate any chances of getting in contact with it. So that's why their entrance to charger is from underneath the charger. So so that's why that's why you need a foundation to be prepared. I'll show you afterwards. And cable trenching from HT LT panels, from meter room. You have to do trenching cable trenching of cable and earthing of the charger. And the most important, rather all these are important parts, and one more part is remote command center. So this is you can say this is the app. From that app you have plenty of options. Means as I said earlier, it will take at least 30 minutes to 45 minutes to charge one vehicle. So you can book your slot in advance. If you want to go to the charging station, let's say tomorrow at 6 p.m. You are visiting somewhere and there is a charging station, and you want to charge your car over there. So you can book your slot like 6 to 7 is slot, then you can book that slot for you only. In that slot no one can use that charger. So you can go there conveniently. You can charge your vehicle in that time, and you can go. And payment option is also there. Means you can pay the amount you spent on charging. You can do it from app only. So these are major factor for infrastructure. So now we will see the major components in DC charging. So this is the DC charger. And what are the major components? So first one is cabinet arrangement. Second one is switch gear components. There are many protection devices and all. So those come under these. Third one is power modules. Um, Fourth one is LCD touch panel. Because as I said earlier, you can unlock it from your app. So with after paying the amount in app, you will get one OTP. So you will enter that OTP on this touch panel. It will you can enter it in that touch panel, and it will receive. Then charging will get started. And controllers. Before is controllers. What there are chargers up to 360 kilowatt. Okay, you can charge 60 kilowatt of vehicle on 360 kilowatt charger also. But if it gives whole 360 kilowatt output, there will be short circuit, or it will burn down the infrastructure of vehicle also, components of vehicle also. So to minimize this or to avoid this, first there is pre-charge state before the charging. So in that state, there is a communication between charger and vehicle. So charger will ask which vehicle is this, so it will get the information. Then it will get its battery health of its battery pack, and it will also determine what current should what is the requirement of vehicle. So as per that, it will adjust its current output, voltage output. This is done by controller, and charger delivers only required voltage and current to the vehicle. And last one is connector. So this is with cable, of course. So uh, there are three major types in DC charging station connectors. First one is CCS, second one is CHAdeMO, and third one is GBBT. So there is not these are just like our phone chargers. Means iPhone have different phone connector, Android have different connectors. So it's just like that. In India, all the vehicles currently are coming with CCS type 2 connector only. This is the AC charger. We will see major components of AC charging stations. First one is enclosure, other one is switch gear, controllers, and touch panel. So here touch panel, LCD display is there, but it is optional whether you want to keep it touch or not. So that is optional. And last one is connector. You can see that this connector is something different, and is in there this connector is different. So I'll explain the pins of those also afterwards. So you will observe there are no power modules, because this simply takes input for these chargers will be three phase, and those three phase will be fed to vehicle. So there is no conversion of AC to DC. That's why there are no power modules in AC chargers. That's why AC chargers are cheap. They are easy to manufacture, and they are neat and clean. But it charges your vehicle very slowly. Whereas DC chargers, they are expensive. There are there are very difficult to manufacture, and there are very a lot of safety requirements are there. But these charges your vehicle very fast. So as I told you earlier, uh, first we were importing 100% of material, raw material from foreign countries, but now we are we have localized almost everything. Now 65% of uh, um, products which are used in charging station are localized. Cost wise it is 65%, and component wise 80% of components used in charging station are Indian. So it is made in India charger, but 20% components like charging gun, or there are some other components also which are not manufactured in India, so we have to rely them on outside countries. But we are looking forward to make this 100% locally built charger. So we are looking for it, and we are working for it. So there are export opportunities also for our Indian climate is very hot, and uh, the chargers have efficiency up to 95 to 96%, but there is 4% of heat power loss, and this power loss is in form of heat. Okay, so our Indian climate is itself very hot, and you can assume 60 kilowatt 60 kilowatt of power is there, and 4% of it is getting wasted in form of heat. Then you can imagine the amount of heat generated. So we have to make these chargers very airy inside. So we have to apply very effective and efficient heat management system in our charger. So once our charger is through in Indian market, then it is, it will rock all over the world. So that's why we have great export opportunities also. And also while exporting, we are manufacturing here in Indian rupees, and we will be selling in dollars. So for client it is cheaper, and for us we are getting dollars for our country, and we are making our economy stronger. So we also have ARI certification for our chargers. We have also TUV certification, CE certification. So what this certification do, they built up confidence in client. If you are going to buy any let's say car, so now global NCAP testings are done. So if you are going and if you're putting your 15 lakhs rupees of in a car, then of course you will go with the higher car with higher NCAP rating, like Tata and Mahindra and all. So we also have ARI testing, ARI certifications, TUV certifications. So this builds up trust for a client. As I told you earlier, first we were importing the charger and we were assembling it. In this slide, the right one is from Helix. Actually, we had imported all their components in India. We had tie up with them, and we manufactured that charger in India. Okay, so this is the Helix charger in the right side. So you can say this is the imported charger. Okay, from Netherlands it is. And we made our own charger which is in left side. So you can say they are almost identical, means in the terms of quality, in terms of efficiency, in terms of their power output, everything is identical. But we came, we took one large leap uh, i- um, in ventilation of the charger. In left side of Netherlands charger, you can say this big cooling unit, but we don't have one. We have provided many fans on the top of the charger because heat generated, hot air is lighter than cold air, so air will go up. So we have fans to throw that out, and we have inlets from the bottom of the charger. You can say you can see it in the left side charger. In the bottom there are inlets and outlets are at the top. So this charger, it was very nicely done. It was giving more efficiency, and it was working in uh, uh, more temperature than the imported charger, because in Netherlands the weather is cold compared to our. So our charger was better than imported one. So we have supplied these chargers to HRTC, Simla, and many more. 1.5 megawatts of chargers we have dispatched. We have dispatched the.
Excuse me, Unmesh sir.
Yes, ma'am.
If you are on actual visit place, can you show that?
Yes, ma'am. I'm almost done with my presentation. I'll just do it. Okay. Yeah, it's done.
Hello. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I think your backside camera should be on.
Yes, 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 yes. Just give me a minute.
Yes.
I'm really very sorry. I'm just using it for the first time.
Okay.
So yeah, back camera is on or the front one? I'm not able to see.
Front camera is on, sir.
Okay. So now are you able to see
Yes.
the charger?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So just a minute.
Sir, you can
Madam,
stop that,
pin,
Yes.
pin him, no?
Yes.
Yes. Sir, you can stop that screen sharing so that see only your second.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
हाईलाइट करने के लिए
Yes. Now it is visible.
Okay. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So this is CCS Type 2 charger. These two pins you can see. These are DC plus and DC minus. This center pin you can see is earthing pin, and these two pins are used for purpose. Okay. So we can just keep this charger like this. This is the touch screen. So this is the dual gun charger. Okay, so you can see charge gun A, gun B, and you can also see as I said, these are the power modules. This is the inside of charger. So everything is well protected to minimize the contact with it. And of course, this is always locked. This is always locked. So here we have one Hyundai Kona, which is electric car, and it have charging socket in here. So this socket is female CCS2, and this is male charging gun. Okay, so I'll just try to charge this vehicle now. Actually, today here are many power cuts, so that's why we were uh, having trouble to charge that vehicle earlier. So we'll just check whether we are lucky enough to charge this vehicle now. So as I said earlier, this is the app. Okay, and in that app you can see nearby chargers. This is my location marked in red, and these are the chargers nearby. So you can tap on those chargers. You can get directions to go on that charger as on Google Map. So I'll simply click on those charger and I'll book my slot. So here these chargers are showing charger A is gun A is available, gun B is available. So I'll just simply tap on this, and these are slots available. So I can click any slot. I'll decide whether I want to charge my vehicles according to units. Means I want to charge it for 10 units, 20 units, or simply by the price, entering price. I want to put 100 rupees of energy in my car, or 150 or 300 rupees. So now I'm on this spot. So what I will do, I'll simply go here and I will say charge now. Okay, so here is one QR code on every charger. I'll simply scan that QR code. I will select which which gun to be used, and for time being, I'll put 10 units. Okay, and I'll enter and proceed. So I have my balance in that. So for 10 units, it will be cost me 180 rupees. I'll book and pay. So it is asking me whether are you sure to charge it? Yes, I'm sure. Okay, so I have booked my charger and I have got the OTP. You can see that OTP over here. Okay, now what I will do is I'll just connect this charger to my EV. Can you please show it here? Like this. Just a minute. Excuse me, can you please show it here? So now I will enter my password, one time password in here, which is this OTP is different every time. I just click OK. So this charging is now started. So first there will be it is in pre-charge state. It is giving only 3.4 volts. So in that state, what happens? This is the communication is happening between charger and car. You can say the vehicle is connected and it is in pre-charge state. I'm really very sorry because you won't be able to see because there is very light and it is very hot in here.
Sir, it is visible.
Okay, that's cool. Uh-oh, something went wrong. So it is asking me whether I want to charge it now or later. So I'll just
I think he's facing net issue.
Your voice is not coming. Please unmute yourself.
hello, am I audible?
Yes, now you're on.
Yeah. So I'll just start that session once again.
I'll go to this charge zone app. Uh-oh. Ma'am, actually,
It's
the
okay, sir. We
once again,
actually, please, it's no
power went off here. Actually, this is a holiday in this area, so that's why all the electrical work are done today only. So that's why power is continuously going and continuously coming. So that's why we are not able to perform. Actually, we started the charging session earlier, now only. But while we were charging, the power went off. So charging also stopped. So you can see it in here. This is the idle position right now because it doesn't have input power. And why, I'll like to share this, why this screen is still on. Because when you are charging your vehicle, like now we were charging this right now, and we had paid for the session. Okay, but power was interrupted in the middle only. So now we have power backup of 1 hour to this charging screen and HMI. So it will calculate what means at what cost I have charged the vehicle, how much I have charged. According to it, it will deduct that money, and rest money will be credited to my account back. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Yes. So I'm really very sorry we can't perform this right now also.
No, actually, sir, we understood the procedure. It's actually, it is so simple, and we
Yeah,
never
it is
thought that
very
it will
simple.
be very simple.
Yeah, but the the most important part, right? Like we seen this now also, we want something from government like uninterrupted power. So if we want EV to be succeed in Indian market, then we want uninterrupted power everywhere, so that this type of situation won't repeat again. So so our government is very positive towards it, and they are working really hard, and policies for EVs and charging stations are continuously updated. So we are looking forward for very bright future for EVs in Indian market.
Students,
Yeah,
if
that's
having any doubt, please.
yeah, sure. Hello.
Students, any question? One question is there in the chat box. What kind of cooling technique is used in high capacity EVSN doubt?
Ma'am, these are forced convection cooling only. So I I'll show you. So these are the input vents. So air is taken inside from here, and it is thrown out from here. So you can also see some fans in the inside. So right now it is forced convection only. So after that, it can you can use it for plus 60 temperature also, but its performance will be degraded to to minimize the heat loss.
Any other questions, students? I request everyone, please on your camera.
Hello,
Yes.
my name is Parth Joshi, and I am glad know to this is connected to a solar panel or renewable source or not.
Yes, very very nice question. So yes, if we want to say these electric vehicles are really a green energy, then we have to switch to solar or wind power. But right now we are not we have not connected this charger to solar panels, because there are many other components also. So you need to have big space to harness that much of energy. And also you will need storage spaces, you will need batteries, and you will need converters. So that will cost it will cost a lot. So right now we are focusing on providing the infrastructure in numbers. So we want a good infrastructure to switch to EVs. But in future we have to switch it to solar or wind power. Yes, you are correct.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir.
Hello.
So I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
So, what is the cost of that charger?
So this typical charger we saw in front of us, it is the 60 kilowatt 12 gun charger. So if you are using two vehicles at a time, if you are charging two vehicles at a time, then it will give 30 kilowatt of power to each vehicle. And if only one vehicle is used, then it will give 60 kilowatt of output to single vehicle. So this particular charger cost around 9 lakhs.
So, and what is the time of installation?
Uh, uh, the time of installation is not much. It means you if all the prerequisites are fulfilled, then it is a matter of 2 hours. But you need to prepare that foundation also. I forgot to show you the foundation. I'll show you. Yeah. So this is the foundation, and input cable, you can't see it. See, here is the input cable from behind, and it is going inside from here, and it will go from underneath. So you will require 2 days to build this foundation, because this is very simple. You will need 4 days or 3 days to make this canopy over the charger, and you will need 15 days to get input power supply. So within 1 month you can start your own charging station if everything is done correctly.
So, and another question, what is the cost analysis like at what unit or what rate will we be supplied the energy? Like if we want 10 units of 10 kilowatts of energy for charging our electric vehicle, then it it is based on time or it is the same for the entire day.
It is same for entire day. Means for the charging stations, public charging stations, we have one policy that it will public charging stations will get electricity at flat rate, which is 7 rupees per unit. Okay, so and this particular charging station is offering 18 rupees per unit. So 10 rupees in between is their profit margin. Okay, so throughout the day, you come here, you will get that energy 18 rupees per unit. Means it is 18 rupees per kilowatt hour. And power battery pack size of this Hyundai Kona is, I guess, 47 kilowatt hour. So if you are charging it for 40 units, then just simply do the math. 40 into 18. So in 400 to 500 rupees, you can charge it 100%, and you can go for 300 to 350 kilometers. So it is very cheap in compared to petrol vehicles. So in petrol vehicles, the per kilometer expenses are about 8 rupees, but in EVs it is up to 2 rupees only. And you also save on servicing of the vehicles, because there are very few moving parts. That's why servicing of EVs are very cheap. Hello.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
One more question.
Yeah.
You
please.
said that 1 hour battery backup is there. 1 hour.
Yes.
Where did you getting that backup? Matlab, is it in the station or from somewhere else?
No, it is in station. We have supplied with we have one UPS in that charger. So through that UPS, power is given to the charging station. Not whole charging station, only to the HMI unit and screen. So all the app related tasks are done through screen and HMI unit. So we have supplied power only to them. You can't charge vehicle with that UPS power backup. You will just finish your transaction.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Excuse me, sir. Myself,
Yes, please.
Sir, my question was that how many units it will takes it? How does it will? How many units it requires for fully charged?
As I said, every car has different battery pack capacity. So particularly this Hyundai Kona, it have I might be wrong, but it have battery pack capacity of 47 kilowatt hour. So this is the capacity of this car. Tata Nexon have a battery pack of I guess 35 or 37 kilowatt hour. So every car have different battery pack capacity, and according to its consumption will change, its range will change.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
These electric vehicles like Tata Nexon and Hyundai Kona, the one that you showed in the. So, what is the average battery life of these vehicles?
Actually, these EVs are very new to our country, so we actually don't know. But we have a company claim warranty of 8 years on these battery packs. So within 8 years, whatever happens to the battery, company will replace it free of cost. So for the 8 years, you are tension free to use your car.
So, and what after those 8 years, we need to replace that battery?
We might or we might not. So this is not clear thing, but if you need to change the battery, yeah, it will cost you a lot of money, means it will cost you around 2 or 3 lakh rupees. But after putting that much money, your vehicle is as good as new.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. So anyone have any doubt?
Thank you so much, sir, for your brilliant session today. The opportunities in the field of electric vehicle charging opens up a new world to startup ideas. The session was so informative and inspirational. Thank you once again, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Nidhi, sir, and convey our regards to Anurag. We are very happy to see his progress that he has turned to make in India. And
yes,
he was my student. I am very happy to see all these things. Thank you very much.
yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
It is nice to have a valid competition. It pushes you to do better. Now, I will hand over the mic to Siddhi ma'am to unveil the winners of various competitions.
Thanks, Giti ma'am. So now we shall move to the most awaited part of this conference, the prize distribution ceremony. So we would like the audience to know that we received a large number of entries, of which we have shortlisted some of the best. So let's see some of the shortlisted e-posters we have received. So good creativity and presentation of the posters done by the students. Great efforts taken by every student to convey or portray the theme of our conference. All department students and other diploma colleges students also shows the active participation in the competition. So believe or not, but the shortlisting the best one was not so easy. From these shortlisted posters, we got our finalists. So now after seeing these posters, we shall declare the winners. First, we will start with announcing winners for e-poster competition. So we have divided the e-poster into two categories, that is handmade poster and digital posters. So each category have 3 prizes. So for handmade posters, consolation prize goes to Kaustubh More from VPM Polytechnic, Thane, first year EPS department. Second prize goes to Aditya Jadhav from VPM Polytechnic, second year EPS department. And first prize for the handmade poster goes to Mitesh Vakatna, Praveen Patel College of Diploma Engineering, third year Electrical Engineering Department. Now, second category for digital posters, consolation prize goes to Sakshi Sonar from KK Wagh Polytechnic, Nashik, third year IT department. Then second prize goes to Srishti Jadhav, VPM's Polytechnic, Thane, second year CO department. Then first prize for the digital posters goes to Srishti Kolle from VPM's Polytechnic, Thane, third year EPS department. Now we shall move to the idea pitching competition. So this category was very special as the ideas presented by participants showcase their imagination skills supported by subject knowledge and their interest in new technologies. We have analyzed all these ideas and shortlisted a few on the basis of the innovation, practical implementation and future scope and the quality of the presentation. Now we first declare the second prize and then move to the first prize winner. For the second prize, we have a tie between two groups and they are, for second prize, first group is Anish Bauskar and Kasturi Bapat from VPM's Polytechnic, third year instrumentation department, and second group is Taha Chechatwala from VPS Polytechnic, Thane, second year EPS department. And our winner for the idea pitching competition are, first prize goes to Aryan Rani Purab Singh Jalji Siddika from Muchalla Polytechnic, Thane, third year. So heartiest congratulations to all the winners. Now I request Giti ma'am to proceed further.
Congratulations to all winners. Any sufficiently advanced technology is equivalent to magic. Hope these technologies enlighten your life with sparkle of opportunities. Now, I request all the participants to share your feedback. Feedback link is provided in the chat box. I invite Dr. Usha Raghavan, Head of the Department Information Technology, to do the official announcement of forthcoming 29th National Conference. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, all of you. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. As a practice, we have successfully completed the 28th National Conference on the most important subject of electric vehicles and battery management systems, which is an upcoming field, and I'm sure all the students who are participating today are having a future in this area, because a lot of manpower is going to be required for making this a very huge success in our country. and I'm sure there will be a lot of job opportunities. VPM's Polytechnic has a tradition of declaring their next conference at the end of the any conference. So as a practice, this year also we are announcing the 29th National Conference, the conference theme being technological inventions and innovations for humanity. So all of us know that inventions and innovations bring lot of change in our lives. I'll just read the preamble, and most of you who are participating in this conference will be able to contribute for the next conference, and also invite people who are in association with you to contribute for the next conference. It looks very generic, but once you start working on this, you will find it very, very interesting and mind-boggling, rather, to understand how inventions and innovations are happening. All of us know that inventions many a times are a single-minded effort. It is contributed by one individual. If you see, Wright brothers contributed the invention of aeroplane, steam engine. Every invention you could see that it has been contributed by a single individual or a couple of individuals. But when we come to innovation, innovation is a collaborative effort. So as it is, the whole world is going through a situation from invention to a innovation aspect, which is more team oriented, multidisciplinary, and collaborative. So this inventions and innovations such as new tools, devices, processes, medicines, etc., have provided significant benefits to society. Inventions help people across the globe to live longer, healthier, and to have more productive lives. They provide new ways to build, move, communicate, heal, learn, and play. Inventions and innovations have provided the scientific and technological foundation for many new industries. Many new revolutionary ideas have spawned entirely new industries. Groundbreaking inventions turn into sustainable innovations that define the path of human advancement. We already witnessed the impact of digital revolution in our lives, and I'm sure all of you remember our keynote speaker had said that whatever you do, convert it into a digital platform and you will be successful. So that we are able to already see in our present scenario itself. We are moving from individual inventions to collaborative innovations. This conference will have deliberations connecting the areas that will bring disruptions in the near future and the preparedness to tide over such changes. So this is the theme of our next conference, and I'm sure it will be an effort and support from many of you, which will make that a very successful one. Before I end, I congratulate all the winners of the today's poster and idea pitching competition. And many of our students are now very well aware of innovations, and it has been they have taken lot of efforts to bring in new ideas with new proof of concepts and prototyping. So hearty congratulations, and hearty congratulations to Patil madam and her team, who have successfully succeeded in completing this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, there is always an end to every event, such as this wonderful conference session. I would request Mrs. R.U. Patil, Organizing Secretary of 2028 National Conference, to extend the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to one and all. I feel privileged to deliver vote of thanks for today's event. It was really a great time with you all. I am assured that you have also got a lot from this event. First of all, I am thankful to Almighty for giving us courage and spirit to arrange this glorified event. Its blessings have turned this event into grand success. On behalf of BPS Polytechnic, I express my heartful gratitude to all our invitee speakers who have engaged us with their important and worthy opinions. I want to appreciate their efforts to make this event informative for all of us. I congratulate all winners and participants of competition and thanks to their teachers for motivating them for participating in the event. I especially thanks to our principal, Dr. Naik sir. It was truly impossible without his motivation. Sir, you really motivated us to give our best. Not to forget, kind cooperation extended by all respective HODs and all my colleagues and all people who work in background in organizing this event. I would like to place my hearty thanks to all my department staff. They all really contributed their all efforts in organizing this event smoothly. All participants have made this conference even more graceful and glorified. Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you. Thank you. So here I declare the end of the conference. Thank you.